Primitive Jill.
There she is. There she is.
Welcome to Jill's.
Can I offer you some tea?
Good tea. Nice house.
Would you make me some of that lo mein soup?
What's in the box?
Hello and welcome to Plumbing Tea Time number 117. Hey, we got a 7 in. I'm happy about that. Where we're finally reviewing the horror crime thriller called Seven. It also has lots of sevens in it. And we were actually going to first cover this movie when I reached 700 subscribers, but then I blew past that too quickly. I had a crazy bump in the algorithm that came once and never came in, but I never got anything like that ever again. But that was fun, but we missed out on reviewing this movie. And then Scotty R37 almost pulled me into reviewing it for Valentine's Day. This is not a Valentine's.
Oh, come
What
on. You get stuff in boxes on Valentine's Day.
And they're red.
Valentine's thing.
Oh, yeah. And but I'm not sure it was a better choice to cover Sub Rosa because to date that's my least watched Star Trek stream. So maybe 7 would have done better. I have okay, so I do have a bit of a intro, and then we're gonna welcome the panel guests who just joined us in backstage. So anyway, today is the only Friday the 13th this year, I believe. I think that's the case.
That is true.
Yeah, this is the only one. This is the only one. Wow, it just doesn't make sense that it's the only one, but it totally is. That's the way it works this year. And we're finally going to talk about Seven. It's a great buddy cop, cat and mouse chase horror thriller. And I just always love Morgan Freeman anytime I see him. And this is no exception. I like him with Brad Pitt here. They're a good team. And my favorite teams are always the ones that drift apart and come back together because they have to. And this does that. And I also wasn't expecting to see what must have inspired Saw, which Fincher would later direct. And
what?
But
no, Fincher didn't.
Well,
no, he didn't.
He doesn't direct it?
No, he didn't direct.
He directs. What did he? Then he didn't.
Someone did that.
Oh, okay. Thank you for correcting me on that. Who directed it again?
It was.
Who directed what?
Saw.
James
Yeah,
Wan.
I'm curious.
Yeah,
James Wan.
James Wan's his breakout film from that he made when he first came up here from Australia.
Was he inspired by this movie? I wonder because it feels like it a bit.
I would guess that there's probably some aspect of that that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, for a shock twist ending type thing. Yeah.
Well, and there were a lot of like biblical villain thrillers around that time, like Fallen. There were a lot of priest movies as well. It was almost like and I think that this is the one that sort of grounded it in reality and then set off the copycat phase, if you will.
Well,
I'm interrupting your intro, Jill. I'm sorry.
Oh no! Actually, that's all my intro. Now I actually want to talk to you guys, and I want to welcome. Well, I guess I'm going to be welcoming Theta Zord.
Hello, Theta of the Grid. Yes. Yeah, I do want to say though that the Lust character, she's given a choice, so it is a Saw type of situation. She's given a choice to either call for help and live as a ugly, deformed person, or to kill herself.
We'll get there, and spoilers, sir.
Well,
also,
that is, but I'm just supporting my argument.
Yeah, I'm just supporting the argument of the Saw-inspired type of thing. So it is kind of a Saw-inspired thing. But
I don't know what mangled my brain to think Fincher had anything to do with it. But thank you for that, and we'll also welcome Scotty R37.
Hey,
how are you doing?
I'm okay.
What do you think about today's movie?
Well, first things first, I think that this is the only Friday the 13th that's going to be a summertime Friday the 13th until 2027. So the next two Friday the 13th are going to be cold. In Canada, at least. In terms of the movie, I love this movie. I have so many stories about it. Would you like to hear about the first time I saw it?
Yes, please.
Okay, so
I
I
first
went
saw
to
it
this.
yesterday, so it's not such a good story.
No, that's a great story. I'm glad you got to see it. No, I saw it in theaters when it came out, watched it, and there were three, I would say middle to like, I don't know. They were older ladies. They were obviously there for Brad Pitt Beefcake. And they watched, it was like Legends of the Fall and a river runs through it, Brad Pitt. And that's what they were looking for. They wanted Fabio. And then this happened. And they were sobbing in the movie theater because they were so traumatized. I've loved this movie ever since. I love it that if you don't do your research and you go see a flick and it's like, this isn't what I want. Why are they doing it to that nice lady? Anyway, just absolutely wonderful to have them cry as they watch it.
Well, yeah, if you're not expecting a horror movie, I was expecting the horror because I was told it was
They were
horrific. So I was not traumatized. And so Date of the Grid, when was the first time you saw this?
Oh, wow. I probably saw it. I didn't see it in theaters, but I probably saw it like a month after it went on HBO back in the day. So what, I guess this came out in what, the 94, 95?
95.
95? Yeah, so I probably saw it, you know, a month or two after it came to, you know, video. And then after, you know, it finally went to HBO and I got to check it out at my grandparents' house because they had cable and I didn't. So I got to enjoy it then. And as soon as I saw it, I was hooked. It just blew me away. Yeah, it was awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, just Kevin Spacey's performance in it was just mind blowing. And at the time, you know, Brad Pitt was a huge deal, you know, and I mean, he still is obviously, but you know, he was an up and coming actor, and him and Morgan Freeman just worked really well off each other, and just it was an awesome movie. So go.
Yeah, really beautiful teamwork there. And Kat, what about you?
I first saw it 20 years ago. Really liked it. Really dig it. No real great story to go along with it.
Awesome. Yeah, sometimes you just see a good movie and you want to talk about it. Yeah. And I want to say hello to the chat, but first I'm going to introduce the movie a little bit. Seven was released on September 22nd, 1995, and apparently this is meaningful because septum is Latin for seven, and September was supposed to be, was originally the seventh month on the calendar. Of course, now we know, right? But it used to be. And the movie was directed by David Fincher, written by Andrew Kevin Walker, and also notable is that Howard Shore does the music.
Yeah.
And I noticed that immediately because I love him for The Lord of the Rings. And of course he does other stuff. He also did The Silence of the Lambs and The Fly. And so before we talk more about the movie, I just want to say hello to the people who are here. First of all, the people who decided to support the channel. Thank you so much to Orphan Zane. Orphan Zane, I hope to hear from you later. I hope that you watch this on the replay. And yeah, and thanks to everyone who's lurking or that's my phone.
Oh no, the phone is going crazy. I'm glad that you added the proviso of my phone is going crazy this time. Because as I mentioned, yeah.
I didn't scare you this time. This would be a bad stream to scare you or just like immediately disappear.
Yeah.
But the only way I'll disappear is if the doorbell rings.
Well, don't answer it. It's Friday the 13th.
Yeah. Unless you left out milk and cookies, then Jason's coming for you. So
wait, if you leave out milk and cookies, Jason will leave you alone.
Yeah. Didn't you know? I mean, that's common sense.
Yeah.
Common knowledge. Yeah, common knowledge.
I want to thank Orphan Zane. He says, I work the graveyard shift, so I'll be asleep long before you get started. I'll leave the stream up while I sleep. Thank you so much for providing an extra viewer. I hope you actually do get a chance to listen to it later. And I'll play something when I get super chats. I like to play something. And I'm gonna spin the wheel and see what we get.
Ooh, we got a wheel spin.
Yeah. You don't get to hear it or anything.
No, it's in the background.
I hear it in my mind, so that's all that matters.
Constantly, right? It's like tinnitus.
Yeah, it's like Wheel of Fortune, just 24/7.
Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see if I can figure out where it is, because StreamYard changed the format of how to
Yes.
look at these stupid things.
See, we have an answer, ladies and gentlemen. It is just being run through the offices of Anti-Derivative Jill. It's going from the analysis department or the selection department.
to eight. Well, it has to go through HR too to make sure
Yeah.
that everything's copacetic and.
Oh,
There's an
okay.
elevation.
They
Yeah.
actually must have updated it, and they fixed it to where they did put the text underneath the videos, so I found it.
Hey, brother. Adam.
Oh yeah.
Kind of
Oh, no,
anticlimactic. Play another one.
I know, right? I know. I plan on it. Ah,
You know I reach you.
So StreamYard also implemented something where it kicks everybody out randomly when you change between brands.
Oh, that's not, and
Yay.
Cat. No, where's Cat? Okay, Cat's back.
We found her. The cat comes back.
Yeah.
The very
The
next
cat. The cat came back the very next day. You got it.
What?
You got it
I
right
was
before me.
quicker.
I know you were.
Diggity.
I know. I'm just giving you credit in the most obscene way possible.
Yes. Thank you.
You're a beauty.
Y'all missed me dressing up in my Star Trek uniform the other night. I had my Picard, his dress attire with the felt overcoat.
You mean the suede? The suede
Yeah, the suede. Yeah, the
jacket? That's
suede
awesome.
jacket. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah. So one movie that Fincher was actually involved in was Alien 3. I have some of those clips.
Okay, that he wouldn't be happy that you would play them.
Oh, he doesn't. Oh, yeah, he's not very proud of that movie, but you like
No,
it.
he doesn't. I like it, but
it was an interesting movie for sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
What's my favorite? Like, obviously, David Fincher has a great pedigree of films. Is that what you call
Yeah.
it? Pedigree? No, that's anyway. Moving on. Yeah, like Fight Club, Alien 3.
I love
Keep
Fight
going,
Club.
man.
Yeah, Fight Club and Seven are my two favorites of Fincher's films.
Gone Girl, The Game, The Social Network.
Yep.
Oh, there's got to be more.
Oh, The Social Network. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's more recent, or at least in the 2000s.
Yeah.
Also, I want to thank Old Man Bird for the $9.99 super chat. $9.99 super chat that says Jill time.
You rock, Old Man Bird.
Yeah, he does rock.
He does. He
Can't
really
touch
does.
this.
Dude. Oh,
One day
don't
I'll
get-
be able to.
Don't get that stuck in my head.
Wait, can I give it a go?
Old Man Bird did. Go
Old
ahead.
Man Bird, if you'll indulge me. Jill time. You can't touch this.
Do 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 do
See, there we go. We got a
do,
baseline and everything. That worked.
do 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 do.
Thank you
Damn
for
it.
allowing me.
Well, here's some clips from the movie that Fincher didn't like.
No
Okay.
freezers, no fucking ice cream.
No more cigarettes for you.
Who can't live in a world without cigarettes and ice cream?
Healthy people.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess you're right.
But I guess I'll get a real one and actually spin it.
Oh, we're
And
back to the
also,
real,
he's
ladies and
also got
gentlemen.
a super sticker that I've got to look at.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I love this one. This one's a great video. And I don't play it very often.
I feel honored. Ooh, nice.
Nice.
Yeah, that's one of the best flying from an ensign character whose name we don't know ever.
She has a name though. I don't
She
know.
What
does
ep-
have
off
a name,
the
but I
top of my
forget
head.
it.
What episode is that from?
Relics.
Relics.
Relics. Okay. Yeah. I'm still going through my seasons again, so I'm trying to get my TNG knowledge back up to par.
Oh, it's got to be fun.
It's always fun to do. Yes,
Yeah.
that's a good
Yeah.
project to have.
Yeah.
What good work we give ourselves, huh?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, what is this? Oh, I haven't popped out the chat, so I can't see what the super sticker is. Let's see.
Right.
It
That's
is
what I was supposed to do.
There's always episodes that'll always like stick in my head, like Masks, Tapestry, Yesterday's Enterprise, Q Who, all the Q episodes and stuff
I
like
love
that.
Q.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so but
I'm
there's
sorry you
certain
remember
episodes.
masks though.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah.
Old Man Bird says, "Good luck." It's a little Bushibo dog
Yes.
thing, fox thing.
Waving a bunch of cards.
Yeah, it's really
It's a good
cute.
time.
Thank you.
What the dog doing?
Wishing us well on our journey towards, well, a box.
Yeah, a box. In the end, we're just all waiting for the box.
Yeah,
And a-
we're already waiting
and a,
for
li- and a little bit ahead.
Well, speaking of relics, the video that popped up for the super chat is
That's green.
It is. It is green.
Perfect. That's my favorite color.
oh really? Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Well,
Your
of
channel is
course.
green.
Yeah, that's
But
my.
also, I do want to say hi to everybody who's here in the chat.
Yeah.
Franco Walker says, "I saw this years ago. All I can remember is the end." Yes, we
Fair.
will get to that. And sleep well to Orphan Zane.
Yeah.
Yeah, love you, Orphan.
Andrew Wordna says, "Love this one. Tap like."
Yeah.
Thanks.
And leave a comment after this is over with. When the stream is over, go back and leave a comment. It helps.
Yes, thank you. And Franco Walker usually reminds us of that too at the end of the stream. Right now, he says, "Please subscribe and hit the bell, share, hit like, and select live chat." All good things.
Yep.
And hello to Suzanne. Great to see you.
Suzanne.
Mama bear.
Tao Tao.
LDG, free the net. Hashtag free the net. He says, "Great movie."
What's going on, man? Good to see you.
It is great to see LDG. And Bone, too. Hello, Bone. Who
Hello,
else is
Bone.
here? Penny.
Penny.
How sweet.
Hugs for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Headed
totally.
out shopping.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Can you get me some ice cream?
I thought you were gonna say a She-Hulk.
No.
I thought you were going to say spaghetti.
What? Oh no. Oh no. Actually, if you can go by this leather shop, I have the ticket and you can just go pick it up. Maybe that's okay.
Dick Valdison says, "Praise to our eldritch God who will make this movie like a day in where the wild things are."
Do you mind if I do that?
What do you mean?
Praise to our eldritch god who will make this movie like a day in where the wild things are.
That's what I meant.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sig Valdison says, "Never watched this movie, but I suspect it's a horror film, which I avoid like the plague." Yeah, usually I do too, but I've just been told multiple times to watch this, so I went against my normal inclination.
It's more of a thriller mystery.
Yeah, exactly. There's like a few things that are horror, but I don't show those. I don't show those clips. So because I don't know if they're YouTube friendly.
Yeah.
But I will describe
Probably
them.
not.
We can describe them in great detail.
Yes.
Oh, you have watched
Oh,
this. Okay, well there you
Oh.
go.
crikey.
Apparently the plague got to you this time.
Yeah.
Matt G is here. Hello, Matt.
Hey, Matt. Matt G.
Mm. Brogu also. Hi, Brogu. And sorry, everyone, I lost the chat for a few minutes. Well, you're back now. That's what's important.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
You found your way back to us.
Hey, you guys shouldn't be talking about Fight Club.
Oh, you're right.
That's rule number 1. Yeah.
And why are you talking? Don't tell them.
Yeah, sorry.
Small Time Republic says, howdy. I thought Charles Dance was good in Alien 3, even if it wasn't a great film.
Yeah, Small Time Republic, he is my favorite part. Dr. Clemens is my favorite part of Alien 3. No argument. Actually, it's him and Dylan. Yeah.
President Valley Picker CA. He's here. He says, happy Friday the 13th. Where's Jason?
He's probably across the river because I live on the American River in NorCal, and there's all sorts of little camps and rivers out in the woods out there. So he's probably having fun stomping around out there.
Nice.
They need to have like a, you know how they have Santa trackers? They need to have Jason trackers on Friday the 13th, where they just, they have it like, oh, he's in Canada. He's in Canada right now. So watch out in the woods.
How does he make it all around the world?
Oh, well, he teleports.
He goes to space, Jill.
Yeah.
The original Crystal Lake in New Jersey, I think it was.
Yeah. I mean, he went to New York.
And he went to hell.
Yeah, he went to hell. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he can go wherever he wants. Yeah.
He versus Jason, which means he went into the subconscious nether realm of.
You mean Freddy? Yeah, you mean Freddy. He didn't face himself. Yeah, I got it.
No, didn't he at one point? Or
he didn't face himself.
I thought he saw himself as a little boy.
Oh no,
because Freddy gives him a nightmare. I know I'm just backpedaling to cover my tracks. You're right. It's not Jason versus.
Yeah, he turned himself into. Yeah, I know. Okay, gotcha. I gotcha.
Thanks, man.
No problem.
Gavin came around with spare underwear just in case. Don't worry, I don't. You got it. You want to? Oh no, no.
Yeah, see.
There is one very, very good jump scare which we'll talk about.
Yeah,
it works when you watch the movie.
Yeah.
Well, basically,
it's mistaken as a horror movie, I think, by a lot of people, when really it's just a mystery thriller that has horror elements to it. But it's not. It's not something that you would go into being like, this is a horror movie.
There's only basically seven screenshots that I could not include in my screenshot that I wanted.
Exactly. It's really a character piece. You're connecting with these two detectives, and they're two completely opposite characters. It makes for a really good buddy cop type movie, like you were saying, Jill. And one is the wise, logical old about to retire cop, and then the other one's a brash, just head straight in to get the bad guys and stuff. And they make a really good team, and they kind of it just shows the progression of how evil can corrupt. But we'll get into all that.
Evil can even corrupt the good.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's definitely a theme in this movie. And not only does Somerset retiring, but Mills is just brand new to this part of town.
Yeah. And Somerset makes it a point at the beginning that he's never fired his weapon in the line of duty, and he never plans to. He plans on retiring with that.
That's like halfway through.
That's like
I thought that was when they first met.
But like, and just to,
it is a good moment. That is a very good moment that I do point out.
I understand people who don't consider this to be a horror movie. I do consider it to be a horror movie in the same way. Like, first things first, there's only one survivor, and usually there's a last girl syndrome in horror movies. In this particular case, it's Morgan Freeman. And
he's a sexy girl too.
But I put it in the same category as I would Requiem for a Dream, not traditionally considered a horror movie, but I find the events within the film horrific, and the same applies to this. So if I can get it if this is kitschy, but I consider it a horror movie.
Yeah, it doesn't need to have like slashers are a whole subgenre of horror, but horror is like, is it a movie that really unsettles you while you're watching it? And this movie kind of does that for a lot of people. So yeah, it doesn't have your traditional scares and stuff, but it does. I think it still qualifies as that, because especially when you get towards the ending and the tension that's just rising at that point, and you're expecting. I mean, yeah, it's not a jump scare, but I say it still qualifies as a horror film for the people. I mean, I wasn't really afraid of it, but I think it could qualify as that for a lot of people.
Yeah,
you can sense the impending doom.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
If anything, I would definitely say psychological horror.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yep. What's in the box, Kronos? Yep.
See, that's the easiest thing. We can cut any tension at any point by just what's in the box.
What's in the box?
But it is something that's also
What's in the box?
like a lot of people know that moment even without knowing the movie. It is something that sort of entered zeitgeist, if you will.
It's just like, come with me if you want to live. I mean, it's just one of those lines that's always going to stick with you.
Yeah, definitely. So also, hello, Kronos.
The ultimate mystery box.
Yeah, the ultimate mystery box. Yeah, that you do not want to ever receive.
Right. And
the only thing I wish you had done with the title of this stream is called it Unboxing.
The unboxing.
the unboxing. Oh,
Unboxing 7 on Friday the 13th.
That's a cute
Well, I have one I can show off, as a matter of fact, when we get to that time.
Yes, this is true. That's happening later on the Phantasmagorium. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
No, I meant the one that I have right here. For this
the one that you have? Let's go.
Oh, yeah, if you have something to show, we can. So apparently what happened here was the studio executives were opposed to the bleak ending, although we're not going to talk about the ending right now. Let's not talk about the ending yet. Yeah. But they accidentally sent him the original script with that ending. And so he only committed to directing it if he caught that. And so that's the only spoiler, I'm going to say. It doesn't end well, but actually the movie foreshadows itself in the dialogue near the end of the movie.
It foreshadows itself throughout the entire movie.
When Somerset, but very specifically when Somerset says, this isn't going to have a happy ending.
Yeah.
And I think that this was on the blacklist of unproduced screenplays. And then maybe it was on the blacklist but it was circulated around town. And this is from the anecdotal, from the DVD features. And it was like, no, everyone wants the box movie. Everyone wants to make the box movie. And then that's why when Fincher was like, I'm not going to be able to direct the box movie. It's the entire reason I'm here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. And then Morgan and Brad threatened to walk off the movie when the studio was going to try and force them to change the ending. And that finally got back down.
Exactly.
The original
it's an amazing story of creativity overcoming studio.
Yeah. And I have a funny story about the gluttony part.
Oh, we're gonna get there pretty soon.
I know. I was just referring to Kronos's comment.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, we're gonna look forward to that. And this movie had a $34 million budget, and it grossed $327 million worldwide. So that's pretty good. I keep reviewing fantastic movies that did terrible at the box office, but this is not one of them. That's pretty lucky.
Oh, I did actually get to see this in a theater earlier this year because they re-released it.
Oh, cool!
Anniversary, and that was really neat to see with an audience.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh, wow.
I would love to go to an Alamo Draft House or something and watch. I love it when they do those old movies. I got to see Ghostbusters in the theater. I like the original and stuff like that. I love it when theaters do stuff like that.
Alamo Draft House does it. There's also Fandango, I forget. What's it called? There's something
Fathom Events.
Fathom Events, that's it.
The theaters up here have been doing that a lot more recently since the pandemic, because during lockdown, the drive-in in Sacramento near me was the most successful theater in the entire country, and they were just mostly showing old movies. And other theaters picked up on that once lockdown ended and decided, hey, let's just keep showing these more often, and then they sell out all the time.
Oh yeah, they make
Yeah,
they make
that's
a
good.
ton of money. Yeah, but I only have an Alamo Draft House. And I've never heard of another theater that did it, but that's awesome.
I would love to go to Alamo Draft House someday. That's on my bucket list. The nearest one to me is San Francisco, so it's a bit of a ways.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, there's so much fun. It's so incredible. The first time I went, and there was like a waitress that came over and like took an order from. I was like, "Are you serious? Like that's complete." It just blew my mind that they had a theater that did that. So that was
That's really fun. The only thing that's better about other theaters is the seats. But let's
yeah,
start with the
true.
movie.
Yeah, go ahead.
This movie starts with Somerset, William Somerset. He's Morgan Freeman's character, and unfortunately, they show a chess set, but we never get to play chess in this movie. We find out immediately he's a policeman. He's a detective.
Yeah. Well, and I think this shot in particular, I mean, this entire sequence shows, like, that saying, I can't think of what the exact saying is, but you can tell how somebody, by the way that somebody lives, like their house or their home, like the way that they live reflects their mind state and how it could be cluttered or something like that if they're not organized and stuff like that. This
I
really
mean,
this reflects to me how organized and how well thought out and wise Somerset is, because everything is in its place. His bed is made. Even that shot of like his badge and everything is all lined up, perfectly. And when you see Mills, it's the complete opposite. So
yes, that's one of the things I did notice is that he made his bed. How many of you actually make your bed? Because I don't.
I do. Yeah.
You do? I don't
Yeah.
make my bed. I'm just gonna sleep in it later.
I don't like being tucked in under tight sheets. I just have big throw blankets on top. So
Yeah.
I
I don't tuck mine in. I just make sure to put like the throw pillows and have it all, uh, you know, just have it all nice, so I can feel nice and cozy when I get into bed at night.
Yeah. So he arrives at the scene of one death crime scene where two people were screaming at each other, but the neighbors were actually used to all the screaming, so it kind of came as a shock that they killed each other. So, or whatever happened. Nobody cares about this murder. It doesn't tie into the movie, but it's just here to introduce the character of Morgan Freeman's character.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shows he
William
actually has a
Somerset.
lot more heart compared to everybody else because his primary concern is whether the kid saw it and the other guy doesn't really care. It's like, what the hell does that matter,
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yeah. And he also notices those fine details, like, oh,
Yeah.
there's a child's drawing, therefore there's a kid somewhere. And of course, it's also good to introduce us to Mills, to David Mills, the new detective. Somerset's old detective.
Mm-hmm. He's going to be
And
the one taking over his position in the future.
yeah, literally his office.
Yep.
And so they meet. And Somerset doesn't understand why Mills asked to be reassigned to such a rough part of town. And Mills thinks that he can do some good here. And he says that he's been working for homicide for 5 years, so he's qualified. But Somerset said that you weren't doing it here, so it basically doesn't count.
Yeah.
Well, and I like how Mills tries to ingratiate himself with Somerset by for the same reason you were here in the first place. And it's almost like, well, as we get to it in the narrative, it's like, you think I believe in this place? All right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right. Yes, there is a bit of, what is it? Pessimism?
Yeah, he understands that there is always going to be evil. There's like a dichotomy that we'll get into a little bit later, but he understands that for all the darkness that tries to overthrow the light, there's also light that he thinks of himself as the light that is trying to fight back that darkness. But there's always darkness that keeps coming, but it's going to take over if there are
that's the end of the movie.
well,
But yeah,
well, that's just I'm just saying
does go
that's
throughout
kind of
the
his personality.
yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So Somerset's reading in bed, and he puts his glasses down. He starts this metronome. He uses this metronome to help him sleep, to bring order to disorder.
Beautiful sound design on that too.
Mm-hmm.
Like the way that he starts it, and you realize that it is a moment where he is shutting out the rest of the world. And in the background, you are hearing big city crime noises, like 1970s movie big city crime noises.
Yeah, it reminds me of Big when Tom Hanks goes to the city for the first time, and like he gets in that like really crappy motel, and then there's like gunshots and all that stuff, and he's scared to death. It reminds me of like that type of city.
Yeah, it also reminds me of My Cousin Vinny, where he can't
Yeah,
sleep.
yeah, that's a good.
It's the only good night of sleep I got.
And New Line Cinema, and we got the intro. This is a fun intro where we get to see the criminal. I was
everybody.
happy about getting
Hey, go and subscribe to Anti-Derivative Jill, everyone.
This was an accident.
That's the first page of the journal. It means Jill's the killer.
Exactly. John Doe's
Lost,
first
return to
thing
Joe.
that opens.
That is so cool that David Fincher wanted to advertise your channel. That is so awesome.
Yeah, man.
If
Hook it up.
If found lost, return to Jill.
Yeah,
It's
that's
a
hilarious.
Anti-Derivative Jill, a film by David Fincher.
Exactly. Written and directed. I do love the. Okay, so who does the? This is Trent Reznor,
I
right?
didn't expect that twist.
No.
This is what? Trent Reznor? Oh, Closer.
Yeah.
Right. Nine Inch Nails.
Yeah.
Nine Nails.
Yeah.
I was going to send you that song. I forgot. Yeah, great.
Okay. No, I think it's great. They do take out, like, if you haven't seen this movie, see this movie. It's
See it.
an amazing, like, it is disturbing, I think, but it's also pretty damn good, and it's disturbing. It's not gratuitous. And no, I wouldn't say it's gratuitous.
No, it's not. It's a good story. And
Richard
definitely.
Roundtree, Arlie Ermy, my star. John C. McGinley is in this movie.
Yeah, well, Early Ermy, he actually auditioned for John Doe, and they gave him this part instead. And he's not even
He doesn't even get a name.
he doesn't even get a name, but he is Captain Lucas. That's his name in the movie.
Reg E. Cathy, may he rest in
Yep.
peace. Of course, he is amazing. Sorry, Peter Crombie, I didn't mean to leave you out of the list.
How dare you?
I know, John Cassini's here. Leland Orser is by far my favorite. Oh, it's that guy. And he has actually been on an episode of Voyager, Jill.
Oh, great. I didn't know we were going to get Star Trek actor.
Yeah, there's a Star Trek
That's
actor in here.
Hooray.
Actually, he's been in a couple. He plays a Romulan in Deep Space Nine episode 2.
Yeah, this is
Awesome.
definitely a good. This is a good movie. It doesn't spoon feed you. It doesn't make. It doesn't. Doesn't. It's not. It doesn't over-explain stuff. I like it.
Richard Schiff.
I can live with rockin' kind of roll, says Twinkle Walker.
Rockin' kind of role? Yeah, I like it.
Rockin' kind of role.
And Cronus hasn't seen this movie in a long time.
If you're a fan of The West Wing, Richard Schiff shows up at the end.
Well, this is we're basically seeing, I guess, the killer doing stuff, writing in his notebook.
Yeah, and I haven't seen this movie in a while either, but it just stuck with me so much that I still remember, a lot of the behind the scenes and stuff like that. Even it just this movie is just it's that good. If you haven't seen this movie, you really should go and check it out. It's just one of those movies that you're gonna quote, you're gonna think about. It's just gonna stick with you.
And it's Monday. Oh wait, is it Monday? It's
Yeah.
not.
Yes, it is.
And
Not in real
we
life,
see-
everybody.
No,
No.
not in real life. It's
No,
actually
in
Friday.
the movie.
But
Yeah, that's
it's
how the movie
Mondays.
goes. Yeah.
I love that it's broken up into days. Like,
Exactly, because it's 7 days. Yeah.
yeah, he's cuddling his wife, and he wakes and checks the time to get ready for work. And he says, Serpico's gotta go.
Yeah.
Yes. Serpico is a reference to an Al Pacino movie.
Al
from
Pacino,
the
yeah, he's
1970s.
It's
an
also-
undercover cop. Yeah.
It's also making it further clear from his introduction that this guy is out of his depth.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that's good too. But
Right.
it does
And
show.
he keeps his, yeah.
It does
But I
show
like
the
that,
love
the
between-
simplicity. It gets right to the chase, and they don't have to spend 20 minutes setting up the character to tell you who he is. Like, you get it because Brad's
Yeah.
that good of an actor, and the dialogue is that simple for it.
That's a good. Yeah, I completely forgot about that, but yeah, that's a good point.
And it does show the love between David and Tracy.
Yeah.
And you know, if just in terms of behind the scenes, weren't they a thing?
Yeah, yeah. Well, they started dating, I think, after this.
Yeah.
Or
She must
during
have-
it.
Yeah,
No, I
definitely.
can't say
Nothing-
that joke. I can't say that. No, it's
No,
a spoiler if I say
nothing
that
shows,
joke.
I think I know where
like-
you're going.
nothing shows love like getting the sleep out of someone's eye. Like, hey,
Yeah,
I
there's
got
a little
some
crusty.
good eye burgers.
Little eye crusty. How
Oh.
sweet.
Yes, as long as they don't eat it.
Oh,
And also something that happens throughout all the 7 days until the end is that it's raining, and it's raining the whole week.
Yep.
It's like, is it ever going to stop raining?
it just shows what the backdrop. It just shows that David Fincher really thought about the world building of this movie and everything, and how this the city is just a like it's just like the worst of the worst. It's like Gotham, you know. It's just
Well, it's like shitty New York weather in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And I love that juxtaposition. Is that you like obviously by the end, you know it takes place in California just based on the terrain. But
Yeah.
when you're in the city, it does feel like, oh, this is just shitty New York.
yeah.
I still got a New York vibe because when you go away from Manhattan Island and go east into like upstate, you get that kind of the plains and stuff. But
Really?
I like
I
how
always-
they never name the city, and it doesn't even
Yes.
look as much like LA. It's just like another place, you know. It's like
Yeah.
this hellhole, indefinable hellscape, like the grounded version of Dark City, if you will.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah. I never thought about, what city it would be in either. I just thought of it as like the worst of the worst type of place that you would want to be.
Definitely. It definitely sets an atmosphere like that. One thing I forgot to mention earlier in the scene where they met was that Somerset wanted to go to the bar and Mills refused. And just like that, Somerset refuses Mills coffee. So I like the parallel rejection of one another's chosen substances right at first.
Well, and they do that later too. And it's just an offhanded thing. It's like because Mills is drinking beer, and then it's like, "Do you want a beer?" And he's like, "No, wine, please." And so they are different people.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's another part too. Like when he gives him the wine, he gives it to him in like a tall glass. Like you can tell,
Yeah, that's
like
why I was giggling.
he's very like he's very unsophisticated, if you will.
Yeah, well, you know what kind of beer
I
he
don't know.
drinks?
I've drank wine out of a glass.
Yeah, me
Yeah.
too. I've had a
Yeah, he
pint of
drinks
red.
He drinks Pabst Blue Ribbon.
That's right.
And so they're on the first significant murder case of the movie. And there's a dead man, and his face is in spaghetti.
Yeah.
I love the way that they describe it outside, and it's like, I don't know if you heard me. He's been face down in a bowl of spaghetti for 45 minutes, unless he can
Yeah.
breathe tomato sauce.
Yeah.
he's dead.
He's sitting in his own piss and feces, he says.
Oh yeah,
That
that's true. There
too,
is piss
that
and feces.
too.
And fun fact, not really fun, but all that food was actually left there for over like a week, maybe even 2 weeks. So all of that food is really like moldy, disgusting, like
mold.
maggot filled. And because this guy had to lay in this for so long and all that, they actually felt bad. David Fincher specifically felt bad for him, and they made him very well endowed in this
Oh yeah,
scene.
but that's in the not in this scene, but in the
Oh, it's
autopsy
not.
scene.
Oh, okay, my bad. I
In the
should have saved that a
autopsy
little bit.
scene.
But yeah, I thought that was really funny. So yeah, it's been a while since I've seen it, so I might be a little off on
But you're
when
right.
when
This
these
was all
parts.
real
Yeah,
food, and the set was very, very stinky. It was
yeah,
smelly.
yeah.
Well,
And
and I
this
didn't. Kat, do you have the 4K?
I do. I have it right here.
And so, like, and you, I assume that you watched it.
Of course.
And how was the transfer? How was the cinematography, which is stark and beautiful?
It is stark and beautiful. He did make some minor changes to some of the color timing, a tiny bit, but it's not really a big deal. And it's a really gorgeous transfer. It retains the film grain, which I like. So it's sort of like when you watch a movie like this on a VHS tape on a tiny tube TV and it looks fine. And then it's like, yeah, it still retains that original look once they upgraded to 4K on a big screen. So it's like, here it is. I'll show you. I got this is
Ooh,
sweet.
that looks nice.
Is
that a steel case?
Yes.
Oh, that looks so nice. I want
the back
one.
is not great because they just put random images on it, but here's the front.
That looks
and I like
cool.
how they put tally at the bottom, which is kind of nice.
Yeah,
I'm taking the names of the actors off, but then you open it and there's some more images inside, but it's really cool.
I want that so bad. That looks so cool.
Yeah, with the original.
Very
writing.
nice.
So, yeah,
Physical media, then gotta keep it, gotta get it.
absolutely.
And Franco's back with the beer. Now we're ready to go. I have my coffee.
Hot
And we're
diggity.
at different times.
I have my orange Fanta.
So that actor you're talking about who had to stick his face in spaghetti, his name was Bob Mack, and he was 480 pounds.
Oh, I was going to
And,
ask
yeah.
if it was a suit.
No, I think it was
That
all
that
real.
was a
Actually,
real guy.
he didn't
Yeah.
even realize he was going to have to play dead, and he
Yeah.
refused when they asked him to be naked.
Yeah, I think that might be another reason why they David Fincher felt so bad and made him very well endowed in the
Yes,
later
yeah, he does.
image.
He's like, oh, yeah, I'll give you something.
Yeah,
Here.
the chicks will love you.
Mm-hmm.
They'll have to get on
Well,
top, but you
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't bring it up.
And,
And also, we're talking about 7. If you didn't know things were going to get a little PG-13. Like, I remember I saw only once. I saw an ad for TBS, and it was for Friday night at midnight, the network premiere of 7. Now, I didn't tune in because, I would love to have seen the television edits for it, but I was like, they're showing 7 on TBS. It's going to be half an hour, like with commercials.
Oh, I'm reading that Andrew Kevin Walker cameoed as the corpse in the opening scene at the first crime scene that,
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. So the writer was actually in the movie. That's fun. And so they're investigating the crime scene, and Mills starts to wonder if maybe, he's really big. Maybe his heart killed him. But then that's dispelled when he sees that the man's ankles, we don't ever know the obese man's name. He didn't get a name. His ankles and his wrists are tied up with barbed wire.
His name is Gluttony.
His name is Gluttony. Yeah. Well, his parents were asking for this then, I guess.
But it's so strange.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. What should we name him? Name him Gluttony.
his last name was Putney. Gluttony
Putney. And his middle name is Mutney.
Oh no.
I missed the rush of roaches earlier. There was one point where they were scattering everywhere. So
Yeah,
one,
those were real. Yeah,
yeah. I'm sure they ordered them. They ordered them and released them on set or something.
I don't even know if they did. I think they might just have naturally accumulated over the 2 weeks they left all this food here.
Well, I would, you know what? Because there would be roach wranglers.
Yeah,
like that is an actual
that's true.
I thought these were working roaches.
Working roaches? How much do they get paid?
They're slaves. They get no cut of the profit.
They get paid moldy spaghetti.
Do y'all remember Joe's apartment with all those?
Oh no, I never saw it. I'm aware.
Oh god, I saw it in theaters. Oh man, that was MTV's first
that movie. I was a
made.
kid.
Oh man. Anyway, sorry.
So Mills was saying, even though this guy's all tied up, he said, we had this one case, guy dead on the ground, knife in his back, got to be murder, right? Anyway, big insurance policy involved. So the guy took the tip of the blade and stuck it in his own shoulder blades and must have screwed up because there were multiples back there. And
Somerset, will you please be quiet?
Yeah, exactly. Because Somerset's trying to concentrate on something else, apparently. But I like that idea that he's not jumping to conclusions yet.
Yeah. Shows the difference between the brash, dive head first and the wisdom and logic, dichotomy between the two.
And then they, yeah. Oh, yes. No, I was just going to say the exact same thing that Theta of the Grid said. So he already said it. So, and it was eloquent.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
And then Somerset then some other guy shows up to tell them that they have forensics waiting outside, and Somerset tells Mills to leave, basically, to go help the officers question the neighbors and send forensics in. And so you can tell Somerset is taken aback at being dismissed as an active party to the
Mm-hmm. Well, and he explains that he had done all that stuff before. And also, before I get into the character stuff, I just want to talk about the frame composition. This is the same kind of thing, although differently lit, that was done again in Fight Club. Sorry about talking about it. But I do love the way that it is. I like the way that if you can you go back one or go forward one? Because we're still in the car.
I can go back a few and then it'll go where you want to go. So tell me when to stop.
Okay. So anyway, I like how you're in the back seat. I like the way that it is as an observer from the audience's perspective, but also being within, you're in the back seat of the car as this is happening. And I think that that's a really effective storytelling. It creates intimacy. I like it. I think that this is, even though we're not talking about the most fantastic, but you could also say that you're under arrest for the nature of this film. You are going to follow these people because Mills wants it. Somerset wants out. And it's just it is, for lack of a better term, brilliant tennis.
Very much so. Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, Fincher has a really good way of telling the story without actually having to use dialogue in a lot of ways. And
but he does use dialogue really well.
Well, yeah, but I mean, adding to it. Yeah,
I don't have a lot of dialogue from the scene, but basically they're asking. Mills is asking whether or not Somerset knows his experience. He doesn't, and wait, this is live.
We're live. Yeah, I think I'm alive. Oh yeah, I pinched myself. I'm alive.
All right, and he leads with reminding Somerset that he's a detective too, and Somerset said, "I had to consider the integrity of the scene. Couldn't worry about whether you were getting enough on the playing field." But that doesn't. The only counter to that is how silly the other officer was lifting the victim's head.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't show that part. That's grotesque slide. That's not in my slide number 1 where the other officer just lifts his head and says,
Yeah.
He's dead.
He's dead.
And
Do you have-
Somerset says, Thank
Do
you.
you have a slide of the newspaper rack on Tuesday?
Yes, I do.
Okay, perfect.
We'll get there. We'll get there. I like that. It's really funny.
Yeah.
And that's it. And that's this scene. Oh wait, and then there's
And
another
scene.
then very immediately we have another grotesque slide, number 2, that I can't show you.
Yeah.
And where we see the body being hosed off, and that's quite awful. I was considering, should I show that? Nah.
Is this the well endowed scene?
Yes, that's
Yes,
why
okay.
I can't show it
Okay.
on YouTube.
Yeah, gotcha.
Well, it's not all over the place.
It's pretty big.
I don't know. Like I said, I watched the Blu-ray yesterday, and I was
well,
I was checking it out. I was like, oh yeah, I heard that there was a really big phallus in this scene with the giant man. And
I thought it was pretty big from what I remember, but
from what you remember.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen 7, and I
Yeah.
was like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
there's gonna be a big old fat man weenus.
Yeah.
And then I
Wouldn't
watched
even
it, and it's like, yeah, it's there, but it's not like there's a zoom in.
No.
It
Oh, no.
casually passes over.
Oh,
I
yeah,
feel like
yeah.
I'm so
It's not.
concerned about
Yeah.
that. It's just the
It's
nature
corpse.
of the entire
Yeah, it doesn't get into bow chicka bow wow territory or anything.
No, heavens
but,
no.
But
Also,
yeah,
it's logical because they don't
I
have a
get-
blanket big enough.
yeah.
It took 4
exactly.
orderlies to get him on the table.
I get what you're saying now. I thought you okay. I get what you're saying now. So
You only get to see a fraction of the body here in my slides. To see the rest, you have to see
Yeah.
the movie if you want to
Yeah.
see it.
yeah.
Well, and also, I'm
are
afraid that
seeing-
Reggie Cathy isn't going to be showing up because you had to edit out everything with the giant naked body.
Yep.
Reggie Cathy?
Yeah, the
Oh
corner-
no. We get to see
You got
him.
Reg? Sweet.
Yeah. I
Ooh.
show some gross stuff.
Like
Nice.
his feet.
Yeah,
Gross
just-
stuff. Gross stuff. Gross.
You
Sorry.
see how big the stomach is? Yeah, Reggie is so excited about the stuff. I could show a bag full of gut.
Nice.
That's not bad.
I couldn't show that on one of my streams. I showed a picture. I showed a picture of me from one of my films where I got my intestines pulled out, and YouTube took the stream down.
Really? Took the
Yeah.
stream down for gut?
Yeah.
Oh.
And it was just it was just a turkey dinner mixed in with red food coloring and stuff. But it,
Yeah.
I had
Well, I'm
I
sure that's not really somebody's guts also.
yeah, exactly. So, but they had that. I had that image up, and the stream got taken down, and I had to go through like a training course of what not to do and stuff
Oh,
like
shit.
that. Yeah. So
And there's Reggie Cathy.
Oh, well, we'll see if the stream gets taken down too.
yeah. Well,
Oh,
it would have already gotten taken down as long as you passed. Like I think the reason that mine got taken down is that I had it there for too long, but we passed over it, so pretty quickly.
Hopefully
so
we'll be okay.
Yeah, I think you're good.
Gosh darn it. Okay, so anyway, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't either.
But I mean, we're at an autopsy. That's what happens at autopsies.
I know. I mean, yeah.
Maybe it was
This
too
is a
good.
pretend movie. None of this is real, YouTube.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
They don't know. Why do you think I get so terrified when you say, oh no, and then suddenly drop off? Sometimes these things turn into terror.
yeah. Gosh darn it, says Cronus. They marvel at how enormous the victim is, and the autopsy doctor is proud of showing out off the man's gut. He says he's got lines of distension across the duodenum. Okay, I'm not a doctor.
Duodenum.
Duodenum.
I am a doctor.
The interior wall. Well, actually, Patty, I thought you only played one on TV.
No, that guy died too. The guy who coined that phrase. Speaking of Friday the 13th. Cat, what was the name of that guy? He was a daytime soap opera actor, and he was I'm not a doctor, but I play one on TV.
Chris Robinson.
Chris Robinson, yeah. He just recently passed away. So big shout out to Chris Robinson for giving us that joke.
Yeah, and it's been repeated and redone so many times. I don't know if I ever heard him say it. The detectives realize that the man ate until he burst, and they don't seem interested in telling us this guy's name. So I just have to keep calling him this man, this obese man. And
that's kind of a rhetorical thing in this movie. A lot of the name, like the captain, a lot of the names are just kind of, because you're not meant to focus on the people that are in the in the murder cycle. You're meant to focus on the characters of Mills and Somerton, and John Doe, obviously.
And the sad thing is that in the vernacular of the film, I think they just call him the fat man.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. They don't even bother giving them names and stuff because you're not meant to follow their story. They're just, literally, they're used as props in the film.
Oh, but no, because then the high-profile lawyer, which they do say his name by name in terms of the victim,
he gets a
and
name.
then with
He also gets
Sloth,
press
with Sloth, they call him Victor. There is a certain thing, but again, the way that the characters describe the fat man in the movie, once we get to the explanation at the end, kind of ties back, which is kind of great.
Yeah.
I haven't get a bunch of press reporters caring about this man.
I have an explanation though of why they give the name for the Sloth character and what is it, the Lust? But anyway, we'll get to that later.
Leather-bound belt, or are you talking the phone or death?
I'm talking about how they are connected.
Well, no, which see, because you mixed up, and I'm only trying to help, so I understand.
Yeah.
Is so Lust is the leather belt,
right? Exactly.
And then Pride is phone or death.
Yeah. I'm talking about.
Okay, you know what? Maybe this will be more clear once we actually get to
exactly. Yeah. Like I said, it's been a while since I've seen it. I just remember.
That's okay. I do want to move on from this part. And the only thing I need to say is that it's important to know that this murder victim was killed because he was forced to eat. So he wasn't just eating spaghetti and choked or something and died.
Yeah.
This was actually a punishment. He was forced to overeat over the course of 12 hours.
Yeah.
Also, Reggie, Kathy, thank you for looking at us during that conversation. I want to give you a big shout out to the Lost in Space movie. Thank you for being in that.
And thank you for trying to help me out on my thought process there, Scotty.
Hey man, it's all fun. We're supposed to be having fun.
We'll get it together.
Yeah.
And if you want to see the conclusion to that conversation, please continue to watch.
Yep. And this guy could have been John Doe.
I think this is probably obviously secondary to R. Lee Ermey in Full Metal Jacket, but I do think of him in this. There's also an excellent Vietnam movie called The Siege of Firebase Gloria with Wings Hauser that is really impactful. And then also The Frighteners, like R. Lee Ermey.
I forgot he was in The Frighteners. That was that was a really good performance. I think that was a really underrated movie.
One of the funniest episodes of The Simpsons is when R. Lee Ermey is on, and he plays a military guy, of course. And he's like, "We've searched this base from one end to the other, and all we can find is porno, porno, porno." It is one of the. It's almost like it's as good as hearing Patrick Stewart say, "Let's all get drunk and play ping pong."
What movie does Patrick Stewart say, "Let's all get drunk and play ping pong"?
In the Stonecutters episode of The Simpsons.
Oh, okay, cool. Anyway, so Somerset's mentioning that there were basically this whole scene is introducing the mindset of the killer and the way that he wants to torture his victims, and in this case, forcing him to eat the spaghetti, and even going back to the supermarket to get more.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, they found 2
Methodical.
receipts. Yeah, they found 2
Apparently,
receipts. Yeah.
if you read the comic book, they get really deep into the killer side of the story, and that sounds interesting to me. Maybe.
Oh wow.
Interesting. I never knew they made a comic of that.
Me neither.
And also important in this scene is that Somerset has to be reassigned because he could see this case going on and on forever, and he doesn't want this to be his last case. And then he thinks that Mills should not be on this case.
Yeah.
Which Mills
There.
dismisses and says
Yeah.
this is not his first case. Hey man, I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face.
Yeah, go ahead. Before you skip over to the next scene, let me know, and I want to point something out.
Oh, definitely. I did get the close up of this, so you'll see it.
Oh, you did? Oh, so you know about like the close up of the right down here in the middle. It says it says
housekeeper held hostage.
yeah,
by
yeah,
Charles
housekeeper held hostage. Yeah, exactly. You go ahead and say it then. Yeah.
Housekeeper held hostage by child's possessed gerbil. 3 days of terror.
Yes, that is so funny. That is so hilarious that they put that by a possessed gerbil. That's just so incredible. That's just such a funny little Easter egg to put in there. I just thought that was one of the funniest things when I was younger and I watched this.
Well, and also the actor who plays Greed, the defense attorney, that is Jack's boss in Fight Club, and this is the only time you see him. You only see him in photos, but he is actually played like you know what? I don't know if it's stunt double, but this is the photo reference for Greed.
Yeah,
whatever
exactly.
Is.
Yeah. Yeah.
They do mention his
Well,
name.
that's Gene Borkin, and he. You're talking about Jack's like from Fight Club, the guy who.
Yeah,
when
he's
Jack
wearing his
punches-
cornflower tie today.
You mean like in the scene when Jack punches himself and gets the guy blamed? That guy?
That guy.
That's not him.
Oh,
yeah, that's him.
It's
No,
not.
that's not him. That's a different
Pat,
actor.
correct me. What did I get wrong?
The guy who you're thinking of, let me look up his name. He's
Oh
an
yeah,
actor.
no, this isn't the same guy. Yeah, you're right.
No, it's not. It's that's
It-
what's his name?
It
His
doesn't
name-
even.
It
Yeah.
doesn't look like. No, he's different. It's
Yeah.
You're thinking of Zach. You're thinking of Zach Grenier. That's somebody else.
Are you?
Yeah,
Oh my god.
yeah,
Frank
yeah,
Walker
he
is
looks
not
a little
a
different.
fan of The Simpsons at all.
Get out, Franco. No, I'm just
It's fine. I'm not worried about
okay.
it.
No, that's
But
okay.
it is a
I know.
cultural touchstone, so
I
you
know.
know people are going to
I'm-
reference it.
I'm really not a
It's
fan
fine.
after like season 10 or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Season 10. Actually, I can tolerate up to 13. Because I was
I
a
could-
kid.
Friday
and
the
so I was
13th.
enjoying it for a while.
Yeah.
I was enjoying it for a while, and then yeah.
Yeah, I'm just guesstimating season 10. Honestly, I really
Mm.
it's been on TV so long. I don't even know.
I did an experiment. I was rewatching The Simpsons, and somewhere around season 13, I lost interest.
Yeah, what Futurama and is one of the only shows that I think could have gone on a lot longer, and I would have been really South Park is one that I could really still watch. I haven't been able to.
South Park is still great, but who
Yeah,
tried to do Futurama, and I don't know. It's kind of it's not the worst. But
Yeah.
it's not very good.
Yeah.
Nope.
I think I just think that if it stayed going at that time, with the same writers and stuff like that.
Yes.
Well, then I stand, ladies and gentlemen, I stand corrected. I am a bloody fool.
It's all right.
I mistook an
We love you
individual,
anyway.
but yeah.
I do it all the time. It's all right.
Do we
I
have
am-
do
Well
we have a
explained.
failure sound?
Do
Do
people
we have
who-
I
oh.
need a failure video.
A failure
find it.
sound?
Yeah.
Here I can get one for you.
Oh, I know. I do have one actually.
Oh,
Okay.
go ahead for you then.
Good try. 9 out of 10 for effort.
Thank Thank you. I deserve that. Son of a bitch. Me and my stupid brain.
I don't know why. Where did Kat go? Wait, Kat's
She's
here.
waiting to get over my
Okay,
tantrum.
so
She just wants
I
us
don't
to
know
keep
why.
thinking about the cat came back the very next day.
Nah, she's better than that.
She's better than that.
Sorry, guys. So also in the headlines is neighbor's beagle scares teen scares teen cures 8-year-old bout with the hiccups. I did like these tabloids.
Yeah.
That's good.
And so there's another murder that has occurred, and the press is all over this one.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, is there slides moving? Yeah, still raining. Just in case you were curious.
Yes. And Richard Roundtree shows up. Wow. Shut your
Richard
mouth.
Roundtree.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Shaft.
Oh, okay.
See? In this particular instance, can you dig it?
Okay, so Mills is on this case on his own. He's got these other officers working with him, but he tells them to go get some coffee, and so he's investigating this crime scene where the murder happened.
And he seems reckless.
Oh yeah, and investigating the scene.
Yeah, like in the way that Somerset is meticulous, close. I guess that Somerset had to use a flashlight, and Mills is in the benefit of a penthouse or, well lit office. And yeah, I just think he gets too comfortable. He steps too that's a beautiful image.
That is gorgeous. It really is.
But it's also too close. He should be wearing baggies on his feet or something.
Yeah. But that's wow.
Yeah, no. In terms of cinematic, it is.
Yeah, so this is the first deadly sin we get to see the letters of. It's greed.
True story.
And so, of course, they don't realize the two murders are connected yet, but they will soon.
Well,
hey, Kronos.
And this. Oh, what happened?
Kronos was saying hey to me in the chat, and I was just like, hey, I'm up here.
Hey, Grid. Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, he is.
Hello.
Oh, yeah.
I thought he was leaving. I'm sorry.
Yeah, me too. I was like, oh no. I'm assuming that was in Picard. I didn't watch it. No, no. Let's get drunk and play ping pong. That would be funny.
Oh, that would have made it. That would have made the season a little better.
Yeah, a little bit. It's kind of like
I watched season 3. It was just member berries with no real story. Yeah,
exactly. It really was.
They did have some story.
Jill,
elements.
I stand in my
soap opera kind of formation.
I liked it. I think it's good. I think it is it is member berries. But if you don't respect the past, then all of a sudden you're disgracing the modern. But if you do respect the past,
there's no respect for the past.
Yeah, I don't think there was any respect. I don't think there was any respect.
You know what? Maybe
anyway, back to the
maybe
movie.
you can hear all about it next week on our new podcast about Picard.
There are hundreds. I do have to just say one thing, and we'll get back to the movie. There are hundreds of reasons why I don't like Picard season 3, and I'll just say one of them is that it turns Worf into a backstabber. And so Kat put us back on track.
The thing that's odd about this is he's looking like he knows the idea of what's kind of happened, and he's looking like really telling everything, but he's not gleaning anything from this crime scene. Like he does, like you'll see when he watches the press conference, sitting in the lawyer's chair, just kind of twiddling his thumbs with his pen and being named the lead investigator on the case. It's like, oh, we have Roundtree's like, we got our best man on it, and Mills is just sitting there, and it's like, this guy is total empty head. He's not gleaning anything from this. It's like you can kind of see where it's going, that it's not going to end well for him. You just kind of
he's obviously not as good an investigator as Somerset.
Yeah.
And the fact that he is paying it, I guess having the television on at all is kind of distracting from his investigation. Later on, you see him and he's drinking beer and watching a football or a basketball game, and he's arranging things, whereas Somerset goes to a library. And so the differences in their analytical styles are completely different. It's like outside forces affect Mills, but it's the details and the solitude that motivate Somerset.
And they're the odd couple, and it's lovely. Detective. And the killer used the victim's blood to give the portrait of the victim's wife bloody glasses.
Mm-hmm.
And so
because she's looking at something.
Mm-hmm. So that's this scene. And so we move on, and Detective Somerset retires in less than a week.
Jill.
Yes.
Do you have this story in the for reading?
What do you mean? Oh, you want the What lines do you want?
That was last night, 3 blocks from here.
3 blocks from here? Okay. Let me find
is where it ends.
Oh, that's where it ends. Where does it start?
Well, a man gets mugged.
Well, why are you going backwards? Oh, yeah, you know what? I do have that. Okay. I'll get to it in a second, but I have a few things to say before we do that. So Somerset's going to retire in less than a week, and someone named George is scraping his name off his office door. Mm-hmm. And so we get the name of George, but we don't get the names of people who were killed. But no, then we do get the name of this guy. The guy who's killed for the greed is Eli Gould.
Yes.
And he's a attorney, and Somerset tells George to stop scraping his door.
Can you please stop that?
And the captain asked Somerset what he'll do in retirement. Somerset said that's going to work on the farm and fix his house, and that sounds nice. And then we get the line
lunches every day.
Mm-hmm. Here you go.
Well, it is. This is one of those things where you just find out. All right. Morgan Freeman. Guy's out walking his dog, gets attacked. His watch is taken, his wallet. He's lying there on the sidewalk, helpless. His attacker stabs him in both eyes. This happened just last night, about 4 blocks from here. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I read about it. I just don't understand this place anymore.
You know, you do a pretty damn good Morgan Freeman impression, if I do say so myself, man.
Of the Grid, Theta of the Grid, TG. The thing is that the only good Morgan Freeman impression I do is when I say Morgan Freeman's name. That's the best it gets.
Morgan Freeman. It's a damn good one. I'll just have to give it to you.
If somebody ever calls me on the phone and says this is Morgan Freeman, I'll be like, this is Morgan Freeman.
This is Morgan Freeman. Andy Dufresne was his name. Sorry. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Give me just a second here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
no. Jill's Tamagotchi is calling.
She has to feed her Tamagotchi before it dies.
Got to keep the Tamagotchi alive.
Do you all remember, man? I used to have one of those. Those were so hard to keep alive.
Well, this one's
actually really hard to kill. This one's actually very hard to kill, but
it's like me in that regard.
Just keep coming back.
Let's stick with Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman.
This is so great, just in terms of the dynamic between the captain Lucas and Morgan Freeman. It's just, I like that there is a professional respect, even though one is superior, one is subservient. It is a healthy working relationship, I think. And especially when it comes to cop movies, it's collaborative and it's great. It's almost like they came up together and then one was promoted above the other, but there are no hard feelings kind of thing. And
Yeah,
this
for
is
sure.
all just hypothetical. But I think it's a great. You say buddy cop, and I'm like, well, the buddy cops are the captain and Somerset.
True.
Well, they're already buddies. The whole Morgan Freeman and Brad Pitt have to learn to work together.
Yeah.
As the movie goes on.
It's almost like a generational buddy cop. Like you see that like the captain and Morgan Freeman were once buddy cops, and now it's becoming him and Somerset.
It's like a mentor kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and we get the wear down on Somerset.
Because
oh yeah, you can definitely see throughout the movie that this particular case wears down on him, and he starts inviting in some of the corruption and evil and stuff that he's fighting against.
Not even that, but even in his personal life.
Yeah.
Like,
oh yes, yeah. We're gonna wait for that.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
We will.
Yeah. What dark shadows lie behind?
What evil lurks in the hearts of good men?
Okay, so the captain also gives him some new evidence. He gets some shards of plastic that the obese man was forced to consume. And
it's linoleum.
I keep thinking that you say Beast Man, and I'm thinking of Masters of the Universe every time you say
it. Obese man, yeah, obese man, not Beast Man. Obese man. Say, hey, UK Danger Man is here. Hey, Jill, hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well too. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for stopping by.
Humpty Dumpty.
Sat on a wall.
Well, no, he sat in a bowl of spaghetti.
Oh. No.
Well, he didn't have such a great fall then.
It was shorter than Humpty's.
Yeah.
Hang on, I gotta go see what these sirens are about. It might be my ride.
I don't even hear.
The cops are here. That's my ride. I hear it.
Like, what the hell?
No, I hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. Well, we're gonna get to the next scene here where Somerset takes this new evidence and he takes it back to the first scene, the first murder scene with the obese man.
Yeah, with Beast Man and Kurg and Blade. Anyway,
and he's trying to find the source of the plastics that he was given as evidence, and he finds it immediately. It's like he just has the premonition, and it was correct. He opens the refrigerator, and we see.
Yep.
Yeah,
he's a wise man. Yeah.
It's a fucking good guess. And we get to see some bean and cheese burritos.
Yeah.
But
I was gonna say the same thing, Franco. This is when we don't see Scotty ever again. The cops came to get him. I'm just kidding.
No.
But yeah, you're right. Yeah, he goes back on a hunch, and he just.
That's a good thing about Scotty. He gets away with everything.
Yeah, I can see him talking his way out of a lot of stuff. Honestly, like in like IRL in real life, like I can just see him being one of those guys that he just has a knack for witty thinking, and I bet he could talk himself out of a lot of stuff. But anyway, good. Yeah.
Anyway,
continue.
so then the scrapes plastic. He finds where they fit. And then he has the bright idea to look behind the fridge, which is
as you do.
Here. Right now, he's putting the puzzle together, literal puzzle of plastic.
Mm-hmm.
And behind the fridge is our second word that we get to see. The word gluttony written in Greece.
And that is when he starts getting a little suspicious.
Yes, and there's also a little note that goes along with it. Long is the way and hard that out of hell leads up to light.
Yep. And about that phrase, a lot of people think that it's from Paradise Lost, but it's actually from what is it? Virgil's the
Divine Comedy.
no, and not the Divine Comedy. It's Virgil's what is it? What is it? Anyway, it's from it's from a book.
Aeneid.
Yeah, Aeneid. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the Virgil's Aeneid. That's actually where that quote comes from.
But it says here, the movie itself says it's from Paradise Lost.
I know that's what I'm saying. Is that's why they got it wrong.
Ooh, very neat. And
just a little fun fact.
Well, we'll pretend for the sake of the movie that.
Yeah, no.
Pretend Somerset knows what he's talking about because he's a very educated. He's
and this is something that I looked up a long time ago. I'm not, I'm not going to hold myself. I'm not going to die on that hill. I might be wrong. This is just something I looked up a long time ago, and that's what I found. So,
well, you know what?
I just thought it was a fun fact.
The quote might also be in Paradise Lost.
Both. It might be both. Yeah.
It just doesn't originate with it.
Exactly, because the Aeneid was written hundreds of years before Paradise Lost. John Milton. That was
so
written.
That would make sense.
Yeah, exactly.
That would make sense that Milton
stole it. Well, not stole it, but
referred to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there you are. Well, we figured it out in the beginning. In the end.
Yeah,
not wrong.
Yeah. Now we're all right.
Ed Somerset also says it means that this is the beginning, and of course gluttony was written in Greece, and then he explains the 7 deadly sins of gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, pride, and lust, and envy.
And when he says envy, he turns directly to Mills, foreshadowing that he is going to play a part in envy.
Oh, very nice. And one part I like is the phone rings and the captain says, "This is not even my desk."
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
I think there's not a ton of comedy, but that's a good one. And apparently it was an ad lib by R. Lee Ermey.
Yeah. That's what I love about comedy thrown into these like really hardcore, like dramatic thriller type of movies. It's so serious for so long, and then one line like that can really just bring down the tension so much that you can start building it up again, because the tension, it gets so tight, you get yourself so wound up, and then one line like that can really release that and allow you to start building the tension up again. And that's why I think this movie is so special. It's just made in such a good way, a good outline anyway.
Well, it's like at the time there were like Pulp Fiction ripoffs, and this kind of looked like that, like in the trailer, but it was a little bit more hard edged. Like I was trying to think of cinematography that was as dynamic as I was comparing this to The Matrix, maybe because of the rain.
Really, I was comparing it to 12 Monkeys.
That's a good one too. That's a good Terry Gilliam. Excellent.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, sorry, I'm interrupting.
No, it's all right.
He's doing the switchblade thing against the
you weren't interrupting at all. Yeah, we do learn that Somerset doesn't play darts. He throws his switchblade at
and he's pretty damn good too. You see where he misses a lot, but in the shots we see, he's gotten really good at it.
Yes. Then he leaves home and he says, "Just take me far away from here." Like that sounds really dramatic, but he's just going to the library.
Yeah. Well, that's a reference to the Wizard of Oz, like I mean, isn't that like a direct line from the Wizard of Oz? Doesn't Dorothy say, "Take me far, far away from here"?
I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway,
I'm not a wizard of the Oz.
Well, I know you're not.
No, but I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Oh, okay.
I'm
I
a
don't
fan
know it
of
that well.
libraries.
And that's why, you know what? And this was so, I love the juxtaposition in the library as well, because he's going to look up something heinous and he is flabbergasted by the security detail being like, you're surrounded by knowledge and you guys want to play poker. So like 3 juxtapositions already. And then they play classical music. I'm not 100% sure of the piece. And it's just it's layers upon. Oh, I'm sorry, please.
It's Bach Air is playing.
And it's layers upon layers of, I'm looking up awful things, but I'm in a library and I'm glad to be here because of the wealth of knowledge that is available. You guys play poker. Yeah, but we ignore the books because we listen to the music. Like everything about this scene, this is why I love Somerset.
Yeah.
And
thousands of them.
Exactly.
This is great. I love any movie that has a book research, library research scene that it uses it like an action scene. Like this is an action research scene. It's not really action.
Yeah. You know,
exciting to me.
I want to just mention this real quick. You know, Casey's Creepy Creations, how he writes his stories and stuff like that. Well, his birthday is this Sunday, and I'm going to be watching movies specifically about people that write books and about books and stuff like that for him. So,
The Ninth Gate. You have to check out The Ninth Gate.
I love that movie. That's a great movie too. I should have thought about that before I picked
Super
my
book
movies.
movie. That's my book movie.
In the Mouth of Madness and The Neverending Stories are the ones that I came up with, but The Ninth Gate is a really good one too. I might switch out The Neverending Story with The Ninth Gate. Honestly, that's a good one.
That's great. That's great that you're going to talk about books. And so, speaking of books, he finds and selects the Canterbury Tales, and we cut between Somerset's research and Mills looking at the murder pictures.
Yes.
Oh, there it is. The Canterbury Tales.
Yeah. It just shows the wisdom of Somerset too. Like, you know, instead of like just coming up with, theories out of nowhere, he does his research. That's another reason why in the beginning, like you can tell that his thought process is very meticulous and thought out, like by the way that he lives and the way that he handles his life and stuff.
And also there it is, PBR.
Yeah, absolutely ribbon. Yes.
Yes, I really relate to Somerset.
But
and
Jill,
Scotty relates to Mills.
No, but this is what I really enjoy about the difference between the two is that Mills is paying attention to the what, and Somerset is paying attention to the why.
Why? Yeah.
If you find out why, we can get this guy. And Mills is much more exactly what Somerset told him to do. Why don't you go talk to the neighbors? Why don't you find out what happened? Because you're a details guy. And I've learned that the details are interesting, but figuring out why this is happening is probably a little bit more important. And so
it really
point for Somerset.
Yeah, and I think it really boils down to Somerset is thinking about like a chess move. Like he's thinking about 3 moves ahead, while Mills is thinking about the next move. You know what I mean?
Well, wait until we find Sloth. Oh my stars!
Yeah.
So now he's checking out Dante Divine Comedy.
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
Yeah, these are books.
I borrow your car.
English literature in college, and so it's fun seeing these in the movie. And he's reading and walking. I haven't done that in a long time. Really, really lovely.
Yes. You could walk into something, but like going around a bookstore or going around a library. I haven't been to a library in a while.
Yeah.
I know. I haven't gone back to a library in a while myself.
Yeah.
Because I get spoiled with the Internet Archive.
Like, are you specifying books as being library? Because I've been to a couple of libraries, but they were all DVDs and Blu-rays. So
I usually just go to Audible and buy the audiobooks, but if there's like a book that I want like a physical copy of, then I usually order it off of Amazon or something
Exactly,
like that.
exactly. Same here.
Well, what was the last physical book that you read?
The last physical book that I read was, oh, you know what it is. I read George's Guide to Beer. Wait, what was it called? Drinking with George. His name is Drinking with George. It's basically George Wendt's autobiography, but it's mostly about him teaching you about beer.
Did you read it or did you audible it?
I read the thing cover to cover.
Yeah.
Wait.
I did also buy the audiobook to listen to in the car. So I did both because he actually reads it to you himself.
Yes.
Nice.
No,
not that anybody asked, but the last book I physically read was The Gunslinger by Stephen King.
I read books a lot, but I don't go to my library anymore because it's really not a great. I mean, selection ain't great there, but because I like going and buying collections of like an entire writer's work in a single volume. I call them risk breakers because they're like these huge 1,000-page tomes with real tiny single-spaced font, so you can have everything. And so I'm constantly reading. I'm an avid reader, but I just haven't gone back to the library. So much so that when I finally did go back to the library several years ago to get something, the librarian noticed I hadn't been there in a while. She just got my card and she made some kind of snooty comment like, "Oh, you don't like the light," or something like that. And I'm like, "Yeah, fuck this. I didn't go back."
Wow, she guilty.
That's so funny. I want to make a video.
I will end you, librarian.
I want to make a video on the top 10 most under adaptable books to be to not be able to be adapted into films. So like things like Blood Meridian and stuff.
Oh yes,
Sound of the Fury.
I was working on an adaptation of that.
I know, but it never it's never gone through because it's just such an unadaptable movie. And then what is it? The House of Leaves. Anyway.
I tried going. Yeah, that sounds like a really great idea. I tried going back to the library when I had jury duty because I thought, oh well, I'll be right next to the library. I'll go check it out. And it was closed. It's closed on Mondays.
Boo!
And Mondays are when jury duty happens.
Well, the last physical book that I read was Norm Macdonald's Based on a True Story, Not a Memoir.
Oh, that's awesome.
And also, Kat, at the same time that I got that, because I went to a bookstore, because I'm an idiot and physical media, I got like it's a small, it's not a giant hardcover, but it's like a small, almost Reader's Digest, unabridged, of Hush, the Batman story, Jim Lee, Jeff Loeb.
Wow, that's cool.
Why would that make you an idiot for going to the store?
Well, because, I'm poor. I shouldn't be spending money.
Oh.
I should go to the library because that's where the poor go, and I'm a poor.
I know the feeling, man. Sometimes it's hard not to want to buy stuff even when you're poor. Like, you kind of want to feel like, hey, I want to get something new and feel like,
it's retail therapy, but then also eventually I have to go and buy more shelves.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly. Oh, that's true. Yeah,
I traded one vice for another. One's a lot healthier now, even though it hurts my wallet. But I feel your pain, Scotty.
Franco Walker says, I tried to read one of King's. He took 4 pages to describe a key going into the lock for F.
He does over describe certain things. Yeah, I will.
Hello
give you
to
that.
Lord Thoth. Lord Thoth.
Hello.
That works. In the beginning of 11/22/63, he describes the guy walking into a vintage 50s diner. You could taste the grease and the lard compared to what people like those kitschy 50s diners of today,
Yeah. But that I like that about King sometimes.
Yeah.
I love this research scene, looking through the books, making photocopies.
Mutilate himself.
I haven't made photocopies of books and so long and since high school. I did used to go to the library and do this kind of research.
When was the last time you did a photocopy? Just Jill. We don't all have to go over our Xerox memory.
Oh my God. No. Okay. Yeah, no, I was doing research for not science, but history. Let's see, when was that name? Let me find out.
I love how you're Googling this while we are looking at one of the worst depictions of Renaissance.
24 years ago.
Okay.
Hey, unless you count my home photocopier, I did it like a few months ago. But that's my own. That's my own.
Yeah, but that's a scanner. It's not, the whole big R2D2 gonk robot.
24 years ago, my lord.
Don't even. Yeah, I hate numbers.
You were a prodigy. You did your first photocopy when you were 7.
Wow. No.
Yeah. Now we're all just reminiscing on time. Like, oh my God.
Well, and here's a list of the books: The Parson's Tale, Dante's Purgatory,
Canterbury Tales,
the Canterbury Tales, Dictionary of Catholicism. So these are the things that he's suggesting that Mills check out.
Yeah.
And we make it to Wednesday. We made it to Wednesday.
We're here, finally,
everybody.
Yeah.
Do you think the new Pope has seen 7?
I doubt it.
Why? He's American, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he is. That's right. Well, I don't know.
It would be a biblical thing. It's like dogma. It's like, this is what and especially if it's in Catholicism, it's an interesting.
I guess
question.
so.
I make no judgment.
No, yeah, it's an interesting thing. I never imagine popes taking the time to be a part of pop culture or know anything about pop culture. But I could be completely wrong.
I think they've blessed movies before, but again, I'm not on
what they've blessed movies.
I don't know, like Passion of the Christ kind of thing.
Possible, but I don't know. That seems blasphemous. I don't know.
They denounced the Last Temptation of Christ.
I do love the idea that Somerset can go into that library. After closing. A library like that, especially, that's got to be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, with all those security guards, it's serious business.
Yeah.
Well, he's a cop. There's security guards. Like, it's kind of like a fraternity, and also nobody cares. Like, Theta, you said it is Gotham.
Yeah. It really reminds me of it. And that's that library particularly reminds me of a like a cathedral of sorts. It's like I don't know if they said it, if it's an actual library or if David Fincher set up that scene to make the library be like the church of the movie in a sense, because it reminds me of like where he goes to quote worship, or do his research and stuff like that. It just has one of those like divine feels for a building.
Well, and it's a great show of just how important obtaining knowledge is to solve.
Exactly, yeah.
But also, we do have to take into account that this was 1997 and the internet was not prevalent.
Yeah.
Also, this is sort of like, this is what people had to do. Did you want information?
Yeah.
Library.
Well, you had the 56K modem, and the dial up, but
Somerset seems like a guy who has an AOL account.
Yeah, he was on Instant Messenger in the chat rooms.
The card catalog. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew exactly where to go for the books he wanted. He knew his library front and back.
He knows his Dewey Decimal System.
Yeah. Oh God.
And it's still raining, and I would say what Mills thinks of Somerset's research, but you can read it yourself on the screen. I don't want anybody.
I'm not gonna read it either. You're welcome.
Yeah.
But Yeah. So don't say the British cigarette word on my channel.
I do not.
He's
I do
he's afraid of literature. So what do you do when you're afraid of literature? You like Cliff Notes.
Spark Notes.
Spark Notes, Cliff Notes. Those Cliff
Coles
Notes. I remember
in
those.
Canada. 'Cause the
I've never heard of them referred to as Spark Notes.
Yeah, we got
I've heard-
them here.
I've heard of
That's the
Cliff's
alternate.
Notes.
Yeah. They're
It is
both-
regional. Yeah. Anyway, it's called Dumb It Down for Me, Doc.
Yeah, it
All of
was
the yellow and blacks.
Yeah, it was before what are those books now that they have
The internet?
Those books that are like for whatever for idiots, like
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
That
for
makes sense.
dummies or whatever.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you don't want to put idiot on the book.
Oh, yeah, dummies. Sorry.
Are you
Yeah.
idiots?
No. They do have the idiot ones too.
Oh, they
Idiot's Guide
do?
to-
Oh,
yeah.
so
Idiot's
that's like
Guide,
that's
you're
like the
right.
really hardcore. Like you're either a
Yeah.
dummy or you're just a complete idiot. Like, do we dumb it down like kindergarten level, or can you handle like a 5th grade explanation?
Yeah, I got one for the Civil War when I was a kid.
Oh man, that's funny.
So anyway, I love that. Yeah, Cliff Notes, Kronos. You never do. Yeah, no, not the other one you said. I'm not clicking on that one.
Yeah.
Gavin Blackburn says you can't
Yeah.
say Super King.
No.
But also,
Is
like
Super King a British cigarette brand? That's
in
fine.
terms of it, they use commonly used slurs from the late 90s.
Mhm.
There's flame retardant. There's
True.
bundle of sticks.
True.
Like there's
And there
but
there
there's
is no
something that's-
line.
But again, there is leather construction. So the use of language doesn't necessarily somebody's nose is removed.
Yeah, to spite her face. But
Yeah.
we'll get there. We'll get there.
Well, we
And
will
for
get
now-
there. But the thing is that if I'm just saying, yes, if
Yeah.
we're upset about the language,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
depicted violence is
Yeah,
far worse.
language is the last thing that. But I got you.
Well, you understand the production.
Oh
of
yeah, no, I completely
the YouTube
understand.
channel. You
Yeah,
want your
exactly.
channel to be
Yeah,
existent.
no, you don't have to.
No.
I completely get it. Especially lately, YouTube is really. I mean, it's just gone crazy, and it's really easy for people to do strikes on people now. They've completely given up on having like a system to take care of it. They just, if somebody wants to claim something, they just say you handle it. So it's kind of the Wild West on YouTube right now.
That happened one time when I was sharing a
Yeah,
Carl Sagan clip, and it automatically got claimed by some
Exactly.
comedian who used it. And I was like, no, they didn't.
Exactly.
Done this. So, but it took a few days for it to be lifted.
and
Anyway.
and that's exactly what happened to Appion. That's why his channel's gone.
Oh no.
That's awful.
Yeah.
I wish there was something I could do to fix that.
I know, it sucks.
I wish I could fight for that for him.
Yeah,
but
I would too. I
We'll
think we
watch
should all
Les
band
Mis.
together and make sure that it doesn't happen. That's why we just all got to be very, very careful with what we do. So
Yeah, but I do need to continue with the movie.
Yeah,
we do. We
yeah,
do.
sorry.
We do have. That's okay. Mills is
It's only
taking
Wednesday.
over Somerset research, but I don't. I mean, office. Mills is in
Somerset's office.
Somerset's office.
Cleaning
And
his
the name-
desk. Yeah,
The name has been changed to Detective Mill,
protect the innocent. Yeah,
and so he also has to answer the phone. It comes with the office.
Now, this is a spark that is very interesting. In like, usually when on the phone, it is Tracy, Mill's wife. And
Dingleberry.
usually when there is a situation that happens between partners, it's either looking for advice or being the femme fatale. And considering the nature of the film, being a femme fatale does not sound outside of the ordinary. However, It is an invitation for like maybe it's looking for friends, but it's also like Tracy could turn when this scene happens. Mills is invited over, and considering how dour everybody else is, Gwyneth Paltrow's character, she hasn't been introduced yet, but Gwyneth Paltrow is in this movie. It is like a question as to what her intentions are. And then we find out.
Yeah.
Well,
I think she's been introduced at this point, hasn't she?
No, she hasn't.
Being a loving wife.
But her name hasn't been okay.
She got the crust out of his eyes, but we haven't properly met her. We just know she's Mills's wife.
Gotcha.
Okay. But now she's inviting.
Oh, this okay. I know where we're at now. My bad.
And what I think the function she serves is to personalize their relation, their friendship. Somerset
and
Mills.
And 5A. That's kind of a clue that the next we're on the 5th. We're going to the 5th sin or whatever you want to call it.
No, and so we haven't even found Sloth yet. When I say that Somerset, when I say that Tracy personalizes their friendship, they learn each other's first name for the first time here.
Yes.
That Somerset is William and Mills is David.
I didn't miss Sloth, did I?
I mean, I thought it was Serpico because I didn't know what the reference was.
No. Okay. Thank you.
No, you didn't miss Sloth.
I am.
And so Mills wrestles with his dogs. I don't know if he made sure there wasn't poop on those newspapers, but yeah. Everything's fine.
But that's why the newspapers are there. Of course, they have poop on them.
Yeah, but that was another part too that that kind of stuck out to me as him had not having time there to teach the dogs, to be potty trained. So the house is kind of, the clutter of the house and him not, his mind is just, it's not as put together as Somerset is,
And it's a lack of intelligence. So let's move into this apartment with 3 big dogs. It's like
exactly.
3 or 2?
3. I believe it's 3.
It's 3.
It's ridiculous to expect. 3 dogs, and especially those are Santa's little helpers.
Oh yeah. I mean, I have a pretty big space where I live, and I had 2 cats. And then a cat that was pregnant had their babies, came inside and had their babies under my bed. And so now I have 4 little kittens and an extra mom cat. And it is so hard to keep up with their mess.
Well, at least you don't have mice.
Well, they're also the kind of couple who calls their dogs their kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do call my cats my kids.
That's fine. That's your hang up.
Yeah,
so,
that's my bad.
But this is the thing is that because like when you have couples who call a couple who has pets and calls them their kids, isn't that psychologically predisposed to make it so that until we get our own?
Yeah, that's what that means. Yes, that's what I mean by it, is that they want a family.
That's a good point. Yeah, and psychologically, I mean that's kind of how it is for me too. I would love, to have a family and kids and stuff. And I think that's why I think I do.
Isn't it? Well, yeah, sure, fine. I can't have kids.
Yeah, sure. I don't give a shit.
Well, no, but like, the thing is that it's so strange to see not only the dogs there as being representations of those dogs shouldn't be there, but it also filters forward. It is visual what do you call it? Foreshadowing, when it's like, how could I bring this life into this world? And the thing is why would you take 3 giant dogs? Those are big dogs.
Huge.
Wrestling Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
And it's like, why would you bring them into this world? And it visually cycles back into, why would you bring a child into this world? Because the dog shouldn't be in this city, and nor should a child.
Well, circling back to the idea that it's obvious to everybody but Mills, even the audience, that Tracy doesn't want to be here. And like this is just he didn't put thought into this because even the way he kind of cockily first meets Somerset, like, oh, I'm not the one you're gonna send door to door doing, inventory check. Like it's like, dude, this guy is completely out of his element.
Exactly. That's exactly my
and she doesn't feel comfortable talking to him about it either. And what that says about their communication.
We'll get there when we get to the diner. But
Well,
this
we
is going to
will,
be a
we
lovely
will.
dinner. Let's have a lovely dinner.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So there's some small talk. There's some small talk.
And they actually have wine glasses here. I didn't remember they did.
That's right. That's right. She knows
Tracy's in charge.
Tracy knows what wine glasses are.
Yeah.
And so William and Tracy make some small talk. Somerset learns that David is funny because Tracy thinks David is funny. And then they have their dinner. That, like you said, we're gonna have a nice dinner. And Tracy asks why William isn't married. In these Tracy scenes, I call them William and David. William says, anyone who spends... Oh, yeah. I actually have the clip for this one.
Yay!
Oh, but I got to pause this.
What? Yeah, no, you got to pause this. Please.
And unmute that.
Anyone who spends a significant amount of time with me finds me disagreeable.
Morgan Freeman. Preach it, yo.
I wanted to get more clips, but I only have 2. And so that's one of them.
No, that's great. That's great. And I like it how he's wrapping the napkin almost like a boxer.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking more like wrapping it like as a tourniquet or whatever. But yeah, that too.
And then we find out
punchy.
Yeah. Well, 2 cats point that Mills doesn't really think things through. They live right under the subway because the real estate agent failed to tell them that they were there, and they didn't think it was suspicious that they could only be in the apartment for 5 minutes at a time.
Yeah.
And they all have a big laugh about that.
Well, and also in terms of the ambiguity of what city it is, because of that, and the only reason I know this, I've never been to Chicago, but I just sort of liken this to the Blues Brothers, where it's like the train goes by, it vibrates, and it's just like, oh my God.
I love that smile on Morgan Freeman's face. That is
I got it.
That's such a genuine smile that you can tell that he was really laughing at something. That was good.
It's a full-on chortle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that looks a little fake, but
what?
Yeah, that was the Colgate smile. Yeah.
Yeah, now, Brad Pitt. Yeah.
Now dinner is over, and Somerset and Mills are talking shop. And they talk about how the body was found on Tuesday. The office closed on Monday. That means the killer could have gotten in on Friday and had the whole weekend and even Monday to torture this victim. The Greed. We're still talking about the Greed victim here. Gould. And this is one of those grotesque slides that's not in my slide.
Mm-hmm.
This is to describe it. Gould was bound except for his right arm. He was given a butcher's knife. And it says, I actually have the picture here, so we'll see it in a second.
Sorry, picture?
It's a slide. I mean,
of Greed.
I have it also in my notes.
I thought you were going to show us the mutilation of the side of a body of a defense attorney.
No, that's what I'm not showing. That's one of the grotesque ones that I'm leaving out. Although I did allow the.
If you'd like to see it, you can sign up to Jill's Patreon. That's for Patreon only members. Never mind. If you'd like to see it, you can watch the movie.
Watch the movie. That's the answer. 1 pound of flesh, no more, no less. No cartilage, no bone, but only flesh. This task done, and he would go free. So apparently this is a reference from The Merchant of Venice, according to Somerset.
Oh yeah.
And imagine what part of your body would be expendable. And this is where we get grotesque slide. That's not my slides number 4 that Scotty just explained, which was the Gold taking a piece out of his own stomach.
Well, they don't really show it. They just show
No,
a
they don't
still
really show
image
him
of it.
doing it. Yeah, they don't show him doing it, but you can imagine it happening.
Yes.
Because I did. This movie does make you imagine these things, even if you're just looking at the pictures.
Well, and the biggest one is right at the end. But yeah,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely. This one, this is such a well, and it's employed later on to get an idea of it. If you've seen Fight Club, to get an idea of it is when Tyler Durden splices in genitals into movies, and it's something that it hits you and then it's gone, and you're like, did I just see that? And that's how this is very much presented in terms of, we're going to infer the atrocity. We'll show you certain perspectives of the atrocity, but we're not necessarily going to go gratuitous with the atrocity. But I can assure you, this is fucking atrocious.
Yeah. Which is why, movies need to stop showing us. Stop telling us and showing us, and doing it in this style is what I'm trying to say. Instead of like explaining everything and showing every little detail.
Show don't tell, yeah.
Yeah, leave some mystery so that go back to the days where everybody can have their own theories on what's happening, as opposed to everything is solidified. This is exactly how it happened,
and not only do they do that, but in some movies they beat you over the head with the same information over and over again. And
it's
this movie
so
doesn't do that.
annoying. Exactly. That's what made this movie so good. And a lot of the movies back then.
So there's a little more discussion over the 7 sins here, but they also talk about the 7 virtues. So I looked those up. Those are
I don't know those.
Yep.
Those are prudence, justice, temperance, fortitude, faith, hope, and charity.
Yeah.
And Mills read his clip notes, so he's able to talk about. I should
write those down. Can you repeat those?
Isn't chastity one of them?
I'll put them.
Put them in the chat.
But you know what? I think there may be more than 7 of each of the virtues.
No, there are 7 cardinal virtues and 7 deadly sins.
Okay, I'm putting it in the private chat because I'm not going to read it again.
Okay,
they've got their own Catholic league. They play volleyball against each other.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So
right, they do. They talk about it, and because Mills read the clip notes, so he knows a little bit what he's talking about. He talks about Dante a little bit, and mentioning that pride comes first and not gluttony. So he's considering the order and what might come next. And the sermons, Somerset says that the killer, these kills are like his sermons.
Yep.
And
temperance is like moderation, right?
He says,
yeah.
These murders are like forced attrition, and which is when you regret your sins, but not because you love God. And Mills says, "Oh, like because someone's sticking a effing gun in your face." Oh, looks like someone is here. Nim, 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 nim. Hello.
Nice.
That's funny.
And
hello, hello
Greek,
to Greek Letters Larson. Yeah, please read this one.
Yeah, here, I'll read it. 7 sins are so much better than 7 virtues because good is dumb and evil always wins.
Blasphemy.
That's one interpretation, yeah.
Well, it's a Spaceballs quote too.
Oh,
because good is dumb and evil always
that's
wins.
Spaceballs quote because it actually fits this movie kind of well, and I thought he was interpreting this movie.
Well, I think he was, but he also kind of threw it in there.
Nice. It really works. Very clever.
Yeah, especially now that Spaceballs 2 has been announced.
That's right.
I don't believe anything that's happening in 2 years that has been announced by a 98-year-old.
Well,
You
I mean,
know,
Rick
well,
Moranis has said he's coming back. So, and
Yeah,
Bill
no, that's
Pullman.
fine. That's fine. Betty White planned her 100th birthday, and whoops.
She didn't make it.
Yeah, so I'm not going to expect a mountain from.
I hear you. I hear you.
Correct.
I understand.
I know
yeah.
everyone's excited.
We'll see what happens. We'll see
And
I'm
what
really-
also,
happens.
everyone forgot about the Spaceballs animated series, which there was one, which was
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that
good.
title crawl was mentioning everything, but forgot that. That is an
Yeah.
important point to point out. But we're gonna
And
move
also,
back to
History of the World
end this
Part
scene.
2. Come on, Mel Brooks.
So the end of this scene.
Yes, ma'am.
They mentioned they're just wrapping up everything we've seen already. They're talking about how both of the victims are not related. There were no witnesses, and Somerset says the reason why there are no witnesses is probably because in any major city, minding your own business is a science, and they teach grape victims to never cry for help, always yell fire, because people will come running for a fire.
Yep.
And that's an interesting bit. And Tracy gets up and probably notices that the men are missing, because they decide the men decide that they're going to go talk to Mrs. Gould in her safe house to see if she knows anything. So they're chasing the clues. I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes. says Gould.
Yeah. Yeah. Keep firing, assholes. Snotty beamed me twice last night. It was wonderful.
And so they're back in the rain, going to see Mrs. Gould wherever her safe house is. See what she knows. And she looks at the crime scene photos. The worst is covered up by sticky notes, so I can show all of these now. And so she notices in one picture there's a painting that's hung upside down, and there's nothing. So they know to go check out this painting. There's a painting now, so now they've got a lead.
Yep.
The painting, and they look behind the painting. There's nothing there. Somerset cuts into the painting, but there's still nothing. And Mills thinks the killer is messing with them, just trolling them.
Yep.
But Somerset brushes.
And that statue foreshadows, the end too.
The statue.
Oh,
it does. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, so did Dante Inferno.
Exactly. Yeah.
Those pages from the book I was showing earlier.
Yeah, that's why I was saying at the beginning of the movie, there's lots of subtle hints towards
definitely
foreshadowing what the ending is going to be.
Absolutely. And so Somerset climbs on top of the furniture to find, and he uses his little brush to reveal fingerprints. And when they reveal all of the fingerprints, they spell "help me." And the next thing they need to do is actually find a match for these prints. And Greek Letters Larson says, it's funny that Dante's Divine Comedy was an inspiration for the serial killer in Seven, because the work is anti-religious. And Greek Letters Larson says, Dante liked the Inferno. Cronus. Oh, okay. Thank you for the literary interpretations. More literary interpretations from Greek letters. So they can't. It's going to take maybe 3 days. It's not going to take 3 days, but it could take up to 3 days.
Yeah.
To find a match. So basically, he's just trying to get rid of Somerset and Mills because they're chatting and everything.
Yeah, and this is when they refer to David Chapman and the whole Jodie Foster, thing.
Right, exactly. The excuses that crazy criminals come up with.
Yeah.
As to why they committed the crimes.
Yeah.
And this is apparently, oh, is this Morgan Freeman's son Alfonso?
Oh, is it really? I never knew that. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it says that he plays the fingerprint lab technician, so I have to assume this is him.
Interesting. I did not know that. Good for him.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. And he shoos them out of his office so he can work. And
Yep.
they're talking they're talking about everything they've done, picking up the pieces, collecting evidence. And that's all that Somerset sees it as. Like he's just satisfying his own curiosity.
Yeah. I love this little scene right there where you see like Brad Pitt like snuggling up to Morgan Freeman, like laying on him like a little baby, you know, like that's his mentor, you know, like he's, I don't know. I thought it was cute.
Yeah, it is. It is cute. And one of the things he says, I like the wording of this, so I'm gonna read it. Putting everything into neat little piles and filing it away, on the off chance that it will be needed in the courtroom. Picking up diamonds on a deserted island, saving them in case we get rescued.
Yep.
Even the most promising clues usually only lead to others. So many corpses roll away unrevenged. But Mills is like, don't tell me you didn't get a rush tonight. because solving stuff and things.
Yeah, that's
Tom
what
says.
Yeah.
They're both just snoozing. That's right. I'm not reading that next one.
Yeah, no. I can read it if you want, but
no. It's okay.
All
No,
right.
we're just not
Okay.
gonna read that.
Okay. No.
Oh,
It's
big
all
letters.
right. All right.
Watch out with the advice that you're giving in the chat.
All right. Sorry. My bad.
That's a warning there. I'll start deleting if I know it's the nature of the movie, but come on now. So, what happened? What's going on? Oh,
My
I see
camera's
something going on.
being weird.
Oh, okay. I was distracted by you. I didn't realize that was you. I was like, is somebody new in the background?
There.
So the captain wakes him up, and he calls them the Glimmer Twins. I didn't understand that reference, so I looked it up. That's Mick Jagger and Keith Richards.
Oh wow.
I think I got a picture too that I put in the slides.
Nice.
And so they talk about, okay, so the fingerprints were Victor's. His real name was Theodore Allen. His prints were found, and he had a history of mental illness. His parents gave him a Southern Baptist upbringing, but it fell short, and now he does drugs, armed robbery, assault, and sexually assaulted. Like he's a P word.
Yeah.
A PDF file.
A PDF file, yes.
That's a good abbreviation.
I like that, Scotty. I mean,
I
don't
didn't
like
make that up. That's
No,
common internet vernacular.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard that one, but and his lawyer got him out of it, so that's why the lawyer got killed for greed. And
It's true. Sorry, I blanked out for a second, but this is when we start to like connect that this killer has been planning this for a long time, and all of these victims have connections, and most of them, I think, if not all of them, are they have evil, and they've done evil things. So that's why they're picked.
Well, and also it's a perception, because
true. It's true.
Like there is no connection except for their sins, I suppose.
Well, no, I mean there are connections as far as like one was a defense attorney that got
yeah, but there's no connection
one
between.
guy off.
Well, I don't know.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
in modern day, though, even though the the obese guy, even though gluttony is a sin, it's not really a crime, and he was only really hurting himself.
Yeah. So it's not like
no. Well, I thought that there was some.
No, he was a shut-in. Fat Man was.
Fat Man.
Well, he wasn't
what they were
evil
referring to
unless
as.
you're talking
Obese
about
man.
medieval times. Yeah, I guess so. So they make
Please
some small
allow
talk
me
on the
to
way.
introduce myself.
All right,
Says
Scotty.
Oh,
They make
man.
some small talk on the ride to Victor's. Neither Mills nor Somerset have ever taken a bullet. This is where they talk about the bullet Theta Zord that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Somerset has pulled his gun a few times but never shot, while
Okay.
Mills has shot and killed one time.
Mhm.
I love that interaction where it's you find out that the person who was going on the raid, he died, but there is like an extended sort of trying to remember of what was his name, of trying
Yeah.
to remember the death of a colleague.
Mills
Yeah.
was
Like,
upset that he couldn't remember his name.
yeah.
As
And
you
so
should.
even then, well, yeah, no, I know, but it's also if you are advocating for making things better and then you yourself are not making things better. And let's be fair, Mills kind of make things harder by
Oh,
the
yeah.
film.
Yep.
So
And
they
there
go
is
up.
one of the most beautiful lines in the entire film is later. I'll point it out when it happens.
I can't wait. But right now, the SWAT team's gonna bash in the door, and they're beginning this search. And there's pine wood trees all over the place. Air
Well,
fresheners. I
yeah.
don't understand how these little air fresheners are supposed to cover up the smell.
Also, did you
So
guys
they
talk
can
about
be
John
pretty
C.
strong.
McGinley? Did you
Yeah.
guys talk about John C. McGinley? Oh,
We
my
didn't talk
stars.
about him. We didn't talk about him, but yeah, I do remember he was in this.
Dr. Cox from
Yeah.
Scrubs, obviously
Yeah.
from Platoon.
Wrong. Yeah. Anyway, I was just doing it.
Where
one
was
of the-
he? Where was he, Scotty? Well, you weren't here. What slide was he on?
He's the lead SWAT guy, and
Yeah.
he does come back again at the end of the film in the helicopter.
Yeah.
Oh, the lead
but-
SWAT guy. Okay.
But John's yes,
You
And
just see
I
his
wish
face for a little, a little bit.
Well, no, he's the guy who is like dicks, like he's screaming for them. And
I
also,
miss that.
He's not saying it because he's asking for the mean people to come, but dicks is, for those who don't know, it is a slang term for detectives. Dicks.
Oh, I did not know that.
That's right.
I didn't remember that part. Huh. Like I said, it's been a while since I actually watched this movie.
Oh, Dick
but-
Tracy.
Yeah.
They worked to wake Victor.
Well, Private Dicks, yeah.
Well, and there, yes. Anyway, dicks is a slang for detectives, and so, but yeah, no, he is throughout this film, and he is basically just military lead guy, SWAT team lead guy, but he's still like, whenever he's in anything, whether it be Office Space or I don't know.
Scrubs.
Yeah, Scrubs, but I'm trying to think of something where he was a little bit more hard ass, where he was a little bit more FDFF.
Yeah, I
He's
think
in-
that most
like,
of
I
his
think
other
he's in,
roles are
Yeah, I think he's in
hardcore.
True Romance, maybe. I love John C. McGinley.
Yeah, I know that he's been in so many different things that he usually is very a hardcore type of character. It's really rare for him to be playing like an Office Space type character or comedy roles and stuff. He usually he just has that demeanor of the intimidating officer military type of character. At least that's
And
how I
that-
see him.
I like this projection or progression in the chat. Yep, cops are dicks.
Yeah, wait a
Frodo
minute.
says, some are detectives. And then Franco says cops are called pigs over
That
here.
happens a few times during the movie too. Andrew Worden also says I had a coyote die in the brush behind my yard once, and it stank up the whole backyard. up to the patio outside. Yeah, death is really smelly, but there's a thing about this. They're working to wake Victor. They have no response. They move the blanket, and we find it looks like the person's dead. And this is grotesque slide that's not in my slides number 5 of the dead body under the blanket. I don't show it.
He's not dead.
I know he's not dead. But they found Victor, and they're calling a hearse because they think he's dead. He's the sloth victim, and
this is the one that doesn't really work as well, because it's like, okay, so the gluttony guy is forced to eat, but he chooses still to eat instead of getting shot in the face. The greed guy likewise cuts himself and mutilates himself instead of getting shot in the face. This guy doesn't have any function in it because he's just tied to a bed, and then he's saying
forced to be a vegetable,
right? But it's not him being given the choice to do that or not, like some of the other victims.
Yeah,
I counter that.
Maybe because he didn't allow his victims choices either. Go ahead.
Well, you know what? I don't think I'm qualified now that I think about it, because they did have a rap sheet for Victor. And so they knew what he had done.
Yeah.
And so, and it also, if you have a criminal record, you're not that slothful. It means you've been doing stuff.
He's not slothful at all. He's evil, but he's not slothful.
Well, maybe they tortured him well.
The lust murder, where the lust victim doesn't get to choose either. It's actually the perpetrator who gets to choose, but not the victim. And so sloth and lust are the two standouts that in that regard.
But also, yeah, and I do agree with you wholeheartedly, Kat, but it's also a situation where we are talking about a man who is, I don't know, unhinged. And so maybe he's choosing something. I mean, it's like, I took care of this and then punished him with sloth.
Andrew says it shows that John Doe wants to fit people into this little design. Yeah, he's trying to fit them into the narrative that he's trying to promote. And and so it's a surprise to the SWAT team that this corpse is alive. It's not a corpse at all. I put in my notes, it's a zombie.
Yeah, it does look like a zombie. I mean, it looks like a completely decomposed. It's a really creepy looking scene. But from what I remember,
that picture looks like John Cougar Mellencamp.
From what I remember,
it's Michael Reed McKay.
From what I remember, the landlord says that the sloth guy is one of the best tenants that he's ever had.
Yeah, that's going to be the next scene. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah, that's when they're back in the police station. They talk about that. Go ahead, Kat.
Yes, honestly, reports to it. But I find it interesting also that he doesn't really have his mouth taped shut, because he says he chewed off his tongue a long time ago. And it's like, I wonder if John Doe had like a radio or something blasting in their stereo so nobody would hear him scream or call for help or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point, Kat. I don't know about that. They don't explain that part. That's fun.
Yeah. Makes
That's
sense.
a great moment though when he suddenly comes to life.
Oh God,
and also John C. McGinley looks into. He's like, "You got what you deserved."
It is. Like, that's the. You got what you deserve.
He does. He says it. He looks directly into his face, and that's when he coughs up, and he's like,
"Yeah, he's scared."
It's like he's alive. He's alive, and I think that's when Johnny C starts saying, "Dex, you gotta see that."
I thought that was also really funny when the guy coughs. He freaks out. McGinley freaks out, backs up against the wall, but then he draws up his shotgun and points it at the guy again, like he's gonna do something.
Yeah, sure. But I get that, again, based on the city that we've seen so far and the reaction of everyone, shoot first, ask questions later. That's how your militarized police force would respond.
Yeah, in a place like that, for sure. Yeah.
So this scene was pretty great. And the actor himself who played the victim, Michael Reed McKay, had to hold his breath for a very long time. And so when he does gasp for air,
He's
it's,
really
oxygen deprived.
yeah.
And also this is the major jump scare of this movie that is pretty scary. And it's because none of the SWAT team actors were told that this was an actor. They thought it was just a prop.
Oh
Nice.
wow. That's crazy. I didn't know that would be really creepy to come on set.
I think that was an urban legend because the amount of time they're in that room, it would be impossible for them not to know. Because the guy's obviously, I mean, when they start the camera rolling, that's when the guy holds his breath. But it's like,
True.
you know, he's in there moving around on the bed before then. But
the
can't
first
you, Kat, in terms of movie magic, can you not just forget that fact and say that everybody in the Nostromo, the first time that they saw the chest burster, that was the first time they saw it, they had no idea what was gonna happen. Like, it seems like the same kind of thing. Let me just believe the thing.
No, but I'm glad Kat mentioned that. It's possible that this is not a fact. It could just be.
It makes sense.
Urban legend, yeah.
So you're saying Santa Claus doesn't exist?
The SWAT
No.
the SWAT team's reaction to the actor is great. And
Also, Theta, don't get upset about
It seems really
dispersing
organic.
the theory of Santa simply because this is a seven podcast. If your children are listening to this, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you may be a questionable parent.
No, my cats still believe in Santa. Thank you.
Well, what
So they call for the ambulance after all instead of the hearse. Oh.
I love this guy, the doctor. Oh my stars.
Well, first Mills gets angry with the reporter with the camera and chases him away. Of course, we know who he really is.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We don't know yet.
I love Somerset's reaction to that, though. He's just so deadpan.
Yeah.
Nope, they're a person, they pay well. It's impressive to see a man letting out his fury.
That's the thing, Kat. That's my favorite, and that is the difference between Somerset and Mills. That is my favorite reaction. It is impressive to see a man consumed by his own emotions.
And that is also the moment that John Doe got the idea for how he was going to alter his plan.
True story.
To figure Mills into the whole thing. So obviously he didn't know Mills before this because they'd only just moved to the city. Because obviously because the fact that he had that guy tied to the bed for a year, long before Mills ever transferred to the city, means he had no idea that he was going to do kill the way the ending happens. This is when he got the idea that Andrew was talking about on the writer's
Weird. I wonder if the comic book expands upon like how he was going to conclude Envy and Wrath then.
Right.
Like because he had this planned for a long time before.
Right, a long time, but that's the thing is he couldn't have known Tracy and David because
so
I have an idea.
I wonder who Envy and Wrath were going to be.
Yeah,
if not,
I think that John Doe was always going to be Envy, and I think was looking.
Yeah.
No, I think that was part of his plan.
Yeah, no, but
who going to envy someone with a normal life who was doing good in the world, and I think that Wrath was his intention to manipulate whoever. He envied.
But who was going to be Wrath? You know, like who was he going to get under the skin of?
The person who killed Envy.
Well, obviously.
Who yells at a person with the camera?
But somebody like Somerset would have been able to, take a step back and not finish the process. Whereas he knew that, you know what I mean? Somebody is brash.
We'll get there. We're going to get there. We'll get
there.
Yeah.
Okay. You're right.
Come back.
Kronos says nerds.
Yeah, Andrew Warner says he was probably always going to be Envy and looking for who was worthy of slaying him. What a weirdo. Yeah, that's true too.
Well, I like that because that also shows John Doe's duplicitous nature because he can't predict to a T what the reaction would be when he tries to go into play husband or whatever he's going to do. But we'll get to that when we get there, when Somerset has this conversation with him in the car, which is great.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a wonderful scene. But meanwhile, the zombie is still alive. Like, I mean, I'm calling him a zombie. He's a real person.
Yeah. No, he's a zombie.
He's just basically a vegetable.
He's patient zero.
His muscles and spines deteriorated, and his brain is melted, and his tongue was chewed off, as Kat says. And he's experienced about as much pain and suffering as anyone I've encountered, give or take. And
and he still has hell to look forward to.
Yeah, but why are they? Isn't it just torture keeping him alive at this point?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, you could argue either way, honestly.
Do no harm.
Zombies are people too, says Gavin.
They were people too.
And I wonder what else John did to him, because he wouldn't look like that after just a year. Like, you'd have bad bed sores, but you're not going to look like that much of a zombie after a year of just being in a hospital. Like, there's some people who stay in hospitals over a year because they have severe problems and they don't turn into zombies.
Well, I don't think that he was fed. I think that he was intravenously nutritioned.
Yeah,
I think it was a matter of torture. I agree with you in terms of why is he sloth, because he's obviously not slothful, but he was tortured with sloth and he was made to stay alive. Like, there was, and they say, like the doctor says, there are antibiotics, there's anesthesia. Like, there is something to the purpose of making this man survive his torture.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
It's like a classic mob thing. It's like, we're going to keep you alive longer than you want.
Yeah, he was fed a bunch of drugs to keep him alive and to keep
him,
maybe some of them damaged him too. I have no idea what he was actually given. And I guess you can't even try to speak to him by blinking. Because
I love what Andrew just said in the chat.
Which is a form of wrath. Interesting.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's something else that should have been brought up in the car when they're driving. But
I don't think it's wrath.
Because you don't think so.
Well, no,
absolutely wrath, and we'll get to it when we get there. But
I think Kat's right. I think Andrew's right, and I think that the killer does exhibit some of these sins that he's pinning on other people.
Are you saying that keeping him alive and in that state is wrath?
No, the fact that when John Doe is in the car and you'll see that he loses his temper and it says you clearly enjoyed doing what you were doing, and he's like, come on, you're thanking me for killing that guy. It's like,
okay.
Well, and
that's a form of wrath because he's clearly enjoying the sadistic idea.
Yeah, I get it.
Pride, but you're right. We gotta wait.
Yeah.
Well, the entire reason that he would set out on such an endeavor is based on wrath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And pride.
Yeah, exactly. That's a big one too.
Yeah, I mean, pride is. I mean, pride is the first sin. As far as Christian, Judea, religions go. I mean, pride is the thing that created Satan and the fall of Satan and everything. So it was really the first sin.
It's I guess it's no surprise that our killer is evil himself. But before we get to the end of the movie, Tracy
I thought he was Kevin Spacey.
Well, also evil. Tracy calls Somerset. She tells him everything is okay, and that Mills is in the shower. Tracy needs to talk to someone, and she wants to talk to William.
Yes.
And so
William Shatner.
No. Well, William.
I'm just kidding.
Somerset. I go by the first names when we're doing Tracy because she's the light, warm character who actually.
I know. I was just throwing in a Star Trek joke.
I guess it's cute. And now we're at Friday, and we got breakfast.
Got to get down on Friday.
Yeah, it's actually Friday. There's some.
Hey, look at it! Look
at
Friday night,
and the feeling's right.
And Tracy wants to talk to William because he's lived in the city for a long time.
This is
how long did I keep on the eggs and bacon? I really wanted some of those eggs and bacon.
Yeah, you're like, that sounds good. I'm gonna go cook me some of that.
I loved the haze Like you guys are all, woo, look, it's a cooking show. I loved the haze in this diner. Even the place where you eat is kind of scuzzy.
Yeah.
Like I thought that this looks as bad as the outside, and we're inside.
Well, this was before they outlawed smoking inside of a lot of restaurants. So, back then smoking inside restaurants was a commonplace for a lot.
Oh yeah, that's right. In the 90s, they had smoking sections. So
Yeah.
you could go to one side of the restaurant to
Yeah.
smoke, and
Who
part of it would be
smokes in this
smoke-free.
movie? Does anybody smoke in this movie?
I haven't seen.
I don't know, but I'm sure a lot of people did in the.
You would have noticed, Scotty, if somebody was.
I
smoking.
would have, and it wasn't prevalent. I think
No.
only the bad guys in the leather belt.
Yeah,
So-
I can't think of anybody.
She
but
doesn't
I-
want to burden David with her troubles, even though he's her husband. So, I guess because he's on such a big case, I can understand that in terms of letting him focus on what he's doing. But she should probably tell him that she's carrying his baby.
Well, but this is such a heartbreaking scene in terms of the revelation that Tracy is pregnant. She hates the city, and she doesn't want to be a burden for David, because David is chasing his career, and she doesn't want to impede that. She was a fifth grade teacher, and no such work here, or at least nothing safe for a pregnant woman. And when asking Somerset about it, he's like, well, you asked me about the wife that I almost got married to. Well, we got pregnant, and I didn't understand how in a million years I could possibly bring a child into this world. And after a couple of weeks, I wore her down. Implying, or flat out saying, depending on how you view it, is that he said, I wish to cease this pregnancy in YouTube vernacular. And I would love to say abortion, but we'll get demonetized. And so the thing is
that different word then.
Yeah, no, exactly. Fetal deletion.
Terminate. That's simple.
But and
that's
the
what
thing.
I have in my notes, Pat.
And
I don't
even
want to say anything that's gonna
I've
do
already
anything
said it.
to the
I've
channel.
already said
So
it.
I know.
And so, and when Somerset says to Tracy, it's like when William says to Tracy, it's like, if you choose to not have the baby, never tell him. Again, forwarding the lie and the awful. Or if you do choose to have the baby, you spoil that child any chance you get. And the weeping that comes from
I
Gwyneth
forgot
Paltrow
about
as
that. Yeah.
Tracy is so, like, that's something that choked me up. And it was almost, she was burdened with responsibility to spoil the child. And it is such a great scene between two great actors. And yes, I mean Gwyneth Paltrow and Morgan Freeman. Like,
I
this
remember
is an
that scene now, and it did make me cry.
Emotional interaction.
Yeah.
But it also is like slamming the door on any hope for Tracy on any type of bright future in this life.
Oh yeah. No, this is the death sentence scene where it's like, oh, Tracy's gonna die. Like, but this is the moment where we set up her. Tracy, I think, is out for the count at this point.
She thanks him for his advice, but I don't really like this advice. I think she should tell him either way, but that never becomes an issue, because as you said, you guys are saying she's doomed, and he does mention that he regrets. He knows he made the right choice, but he regrets that he did it. That he made, and he wishes he made a different choice every single day. So that's one thing. There's a part of him that did want that baby.
I've torn apart my insides.
And I think
talk about how alone she must feel that she's gonna ask this guy who she's only really seen on one occasion before. They've barely known a few days.
Totally.
For that type of advice. It's like, geez, you know.
And that is something like in terms of the character. Absolutely, Kat.
Yes, and also
she's alone. She hates the city. She only has her husband and her 3 oversized ponies.
But I think that this also connects. She does a really good job of putting David and William together more as there's more of a connection here after this. I think this is the point where it seems that Somerset is tries to do more for Mills.
Well, and Jill, going back on what I was saying before, usually this would be a femme fatale thing, but it flips over more to the sentimental. And so there is a love triangle between Mills, Somerset, and Tracy, but it is mutual success as opposed to double cross. It's like William.
I wouldn't call it a love triangle. I think it's like a family. I think it's like family.
Yeah.
Okay. I just say, yes. Okay. It is a family. It is mutual success. And William loves Tracy for her earnestness. She does not belong in this city. Mills has brought her here, but Tracy wants David and William to be friends so that they can look out, or actually so that William can take care of David in this crazy concrete jungle. And that is their connection. And that's what I think makes the end of the movie a little bit more, is that they both lost a daisy. They lost a dandelion growing between 2 cracks of a horrible, horrible city.
Yes, I think that's a good analysis. So Somerset is in the scene calling the killer a lunatic. And Mills is calling the killer a lunatic, and Somerset says it's dismissive to do that. Don't make that mistake. And
everyone does it.
Yeah, right. He says
evil people are insane, right?
Yeah. Mills says right now he's probably dancing in his grandma's panties, rubbing himself in peanut butter.
Yeah, exactly.
Leave my hobbies alone.
So we get another note: long is the way and hard that out of hell leads up to light.
Well, that was at the Fat Man's crime scene.
Yeah. And Mills says he's a nutbag, and just because he's got a library card doesn't make him Yoda.
I love the Star Wars reference.
And I like that Somerset is retiring, but he keeps working on this investigation anyway. And he plans the next field trip to the library. And he's starting to remind me of Hermione Granger from Harry Potter. They talk a little more about Victor and how he was kept alive and stuff, and the rent and stuff that Kat already mentioned. So we can skip that and go to the library. Wow.
Sticking back, just eating chips and not contributing anything.
Yes, these Fritos are way better than whatever book Somerset is reading. Somerset,
let's not ask where Somerset is going with this, but now we'll just sit here and shout out.
Yeah, and so they end up at a pizza parlor, and then a man comes out to help Somerset and is given the $50 that Mills had, and Mills is a bit upset at losing $50. And
Kat, what's this guy's name?
Mark Boone Jr.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kat.
Mark Boone Jr.
Can you give me a quick rundown of what the hell he's been in?
The Dark Knight.
In Batman Begins, 30 Days of Night.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There he is.
Oh, 30 Days of Night. He was so good. I love that movie. Yeah.
Oh, I gotta write that down.
I like that Somerset didn't tell Mills that the place had over 50 health code violations last month until after he bought the pizza and started eating it.
This is the scene where you see that even Somerset is succumbing to the corruption and darkness of the city.
I don't think that this is a succumbing. I think that this is the back channels that Somerset uses.
But I don't think he had to use them before this. Yeah, it's still. I don't think he had to use them before this case, and I think that.
No, I disagree.
That's just my opinion.
Well,
so.
the agent.
Yeah,
well,
but
how
does he know it?
Well, this isn't. Well, Theta's right because this isn't really a regular thing for Somerset to do. Because the guy's like, I'm really sticking out my neck doing this for you right now, man. So
exactly.
But he says does also say, I've done it before.
Right, but it's not. I meant like it's not something that he does frequently.
Yeah.
No, but rare is not first.
Yeah. Well, and it doesn't mean that it's the first for him. It just, maybe for somebody else. Just speculation. But anyway.
There is a lot of, there is a lot of no homo in this movie as well. And it's like, why are we sit beside each other? It looks like we're dating.
He did.
Yeah. Well, he was sleeping on his shoulder and everything. I mean,
well, it's 1997, so no homo jokes are they're flying left, right, and center.
Exactly.
So now they're in a barbershop and talking about the guy in the pizza parlor where Somerset reveals that he's with the FBI and that the FBI checks out what you're checking out of the library, keeping records of what you check out in the library. I guess today the equivalent of that would be checking your internet search history.
Yeah, the equivalent of this brief warning would be, it's a reality of today. So every Google search, everything, your inquiries towards information are monitored. That is common knowledge, yes?
It's common knowledge.
You go on a list of stuff if you look up certain things.
You know what? I'm really hoping I get put on a list for reviewing 7.
And he also mentions you can't get a library card without an idea and a current phone bill.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is basically how he finds the killer, and this is pretty cool.
Yeah, but guys, don't worry. You can go into any library. You can look however you want. Keep your sweatpants on, and just go in. You can steal anything. Do you have any idea?
It's true.
The security
we've had this conversation before. Yeah, I know.
So
I would not advocate these.
No, do not do that.
I'm not saying I advocate for it. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. It's like stealing candy from a baby.
Yeah.
Oh no! Have you ever had candy from a baby?
It's the best. It's the best.
Yeah. No, totally. I stole an ice cream cone with sprinkles from a baby.
Who would do that, Scott?
Well, it was a really
it was a really small baby. It doesn't remember.
Yeah, it was good. The ice cream was gonna fall on its face, and it was a waffle cone. So I had to save the baby, steal it, and take it away. Not the baby, the waffle cone.
Okay. Andrew Murda says, I haven't been to a library since 2013.
I love going to the library. You know what? One of the most interesting things about going to the library is like their graphic novel section. So it's like comics and whatever. You should totally go check out. Go to the library. If you have a chance, go to the library. Go find something that isn't about Satan.
Okay.
Yeah, but
good advice.
Somerset is getting all the books about Satan. And so
Yes.
he's got the Divine Comedy, History of Catholicism, Murders and Madmen, Modern Homicide Investigation, In Cold Blood. These are the books that the killer has checked out. Human Bondage, but it's not what you think. And
Dianetics by L. Ron Hubbard.
the Market Side.
Oh man.
Atlas Shrugged.
Yeah.
the writings of Saint Thomas Aquin. No, he didn't read Atlas Shrugged. You're adding books to this.
The complete works of Family Circus.
Yes, you know what? The killer read the complete works of Family Circus. There's something
Yeah,
creepy
exactly.
about that.
Hi, Lois. Anyway, sorry, I'll let you go back to your regularly programmed.
So
podcast.
this is how they find John Doe, and they yeah, this is great.
But
This
this
is really
so
where the movie
amazing.
picks up.
Well, this is when it kicks into high gear. Like, is this the end of the first act, or is
No, we're into like the third act now, the beginning of the third.
No. We
aren't
don't get into the third act until we get to the belt place.
Oh yeah,
Well,
they're
okay.
gonna say, "Excuse me, are you a serial killer?"
Yeah.
Yes.
But they don't get a chance to do that because he starts to shoot at them first.
Yes.
And you can tell after the meeting with Tracy and Somerset, you can tell that Somerset now has a lot more invested in David Mills. Like you can tell that he cares a lot more for him and is very protective over him. And you see that in the rest of the entire movie now.
There's lots of instances of that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
but they're working together to chase this guy.
Yeah.
And they're on the hunt that's going around the back way, and
They are working together, but they're also acknowledging that Morgan Freeman is, he's older. He's not going to be able to go full tilt boogie.
But he still keeps up a bit, and
he does keep up a bit.
Yeah.
And he does come in for the aftermath of what happens.
But instead of chasing down when they find him, have we gotten to that part yet? No, we haven't. Never
well,
mind.
he's following him. He's following.
Okay. Okay.
But he ends up finding. He ends up going through the whole place here. There's a lot to the scene, and he waiting until this particular moment where he runs into these kids who point Mills to the window, and the killer is waiting. John Doe's waiting, and shoots.
This is chaotic to me.
It's crazy. It's a crazy chase.
Well, it is a crazy chase, but it's also chaotic and it's nonsensical to me because it is him going through, like, sort of chasing and following, but also, like, why didn't he go out? I guess he got shot at, but then everything's going around. I don't know what's going on. Also, there is a little bit, and I get that it is an exciting chase. I don't get the geography 100%. It's still great. It's still great because of the punchline.
It is a little shaky. You're right.
You're just talking about the way it was filmed. Gotcha.
Yeah. I kind of agree with you. I don't know how Mills is able to keep up with this guy. It seems like this guy keeps disappearing, and Mills is able to keep up somehow. And I wouldn't be able to the way this is running.
But that elevates John Doe.
John Doe almost gets run over too.
Oh yeah, totes. Everyone does in a movie like this. But like the thing is that it does make him sort of mythical in terms of, and it will be addressed later by Somerset, is that he does sort of appear and disappear at different moments. He is almost like ethereal, like he can do whatever he wants. And at this point, we're chasing a demon.
Yeah. In their mind, I mean, yeah, he basically is, yeah.
And we haven't gotten to the point where Somerset says,
I'm not saying Kronos is the demon, but I want to say goodbye to Kronos. He says, "Thanks for the show. Expecting a call. You all rock. Later, taters."
Love you, Kronos. You're a real one. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Kronos is so much fun. I'll see you later.
Good to see you.
I hate the fact that I can't see a bloody thing that's going on. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to slow it down. Oh, that's you have to.
No, but Franco, this is, and I want to sort of.
I've been there. Yeah.
High five, handshake, and hug Jill for making the slides. But yes, all of these slides are gray and beige and brown and dirty, and this is something that you have to see in motion. This is something that you have to see in terms of how scummy it is.
Yeah.
Like it is there is a sense of the world, as we've discussed. There is a sense of the morality, as we've discussed. And yeah, no, it's ugly. It is awful.
Except until we get to the end. Then it switches completely.
Yeah, that's when the unboxing happens, and we all get excited.
The unboxing.
Well, I'm unwrapping a chocolate. So Mills drops his gun, and John has a gun.
Yeah.
His head.
One of my favorite things about this is that when John Doe has the gun to Mills's head, and when he pulls it away, I was like, oh, is it? Because I watched it again, and I was like, oh, is it a slow pull away? And it's like, no, it's like a horror movie yank away, and it's like, I gotta go, and it's more terrifying than most movies that I've seen is when John Doe pulls the gun away, as opposed to what other directors, storytellers, cinema, whatever. When they put the gun into the head, they want to make it menacing. The most menacing in this movie is when he pulls the gun away.
Yeah, he pulls. Well, and the only reason he does that is because Somerset shows up.
Exactly. Well,
no, Somerset shows up like 4 minutes later.
No.
Yeah, no, he does it because it would ruin his entire plan.
Yeah, he's already come up with this finale, so he decides to spare him.
Yeah.
It's
that's the real reason, but
because then he would be Wrath, and then there would be no Envy to complete his cycle. You know what I mean?
Also, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, thank you so much for tuning in to Anti-Derivative Jill's review of Seven on this sunniest of Friday the 13th. But if you are yourself planning on committing a murder or 7 murders, please contact the authorities and find help. Get help. Have a popsicle.
All right.
I would recommend that you do not do anything that is presented in this film. And the only reason that I have to bring this up right now is because I just got a brief text message from Jill's lawyers.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go on mute and make a call. Thank you.
Thanks. 1-800-theta.zord.com.
That was a really cute whatever that was.
I don't even know what it was, but thanks.
They go back to the man's apartment. As if he's still there. Of course he's gone. But Somerset stops Mills because they need to get a warrant. And Mills thinks they have probable cause, but Somerset wants a warrant, but they can't get it the right way. So they pay off a street
person of the
call
street.
her a street urchin. I don't know. Is that a good word?
Let's call her Greta.
Okay, Greta. They pay Greta
Thunberg.
They pay Greta to lie about something, a fake story, like as a false witness, and they pay her.
But this is a thing. This is a thing throughout. Is that when you are confronted with your library card investigations, when you're confronted with your media individuals paying off police department officials, and then you get, apparently Mills is trying to do well, but he's on a path of wrath to try and catch this guy, and so he's fine with paying off a street urchin to support his lies. So there is no one of virtue in any of this.
No.
Well, but as Theta mentioned, it started with the FBI search. Just finding him was not proper channels. Like it was a seedy channel. And here we see that but it still did catch still did find. So do the ends justify the means? Because they did find the serial killer.
Yep.
And so here they found that he's kept some souvenirs.
And it goes back to my point earlier about the darkness kind of needs the light in a way, and the light needs the darkness. It's like a symbiotic relationship between the two.
And in the
How does it relate?
Well, what do you mean by how does it relate?
Well, you said it related. I'm just curious.
No. Well, I mean in the sense that they need one another. Without the other, the other cannot exist. So it's like
the
enemy within.
Somerset?
The goodness and.
Are you talking about Mills and Somerset?
No, I'm just talking about the evil of the city that they live in, and trying to be the light in that city. They need to kind of use the darkness inside them to try to attain the light, to try to bring balance. Yeah, exactly. There's always like a balance there between using even if you're trying to go towards the light, there's a part of us that is always going to fall from that and rely on other means to get to that point.
Mills came to the bad side of town to make things better, and John Doe is consumed with hatred and spreading that.
No, I can't say that.
So he's got souvenirs, he's got spaghetti sauce, he's got the books that the lawyer died on top of, and so then he also has the hand of Victor.
Yep.
And then we find this receipt for Bill's leather shop. So that's our next clue. And the ending line from Somerset implies that he says the world isn't a nice place, but he's still fighting the way he has to. Yes, that is why Theta keeps using that theme, because it does tie together at the end. Absolutely.
Yeah, I forgot who he's quoting, but it's something along the line. Yeah, Hemingway.
But we'll get to
that.
Read it at the end.
Yeah.
We'll read it at the end. Hey, stay to the end if you want to remember that quote, or look it up yourself.
Yeah.
There's a red light, and it's because that's where our John Doe is making his pictures. Yep. Hey, Trisha Mendoza's here. Spaghetti sauce. Yeah.
Hey.
And so Mills finds the picture room, the red light, the red room, and Somerset finds all the notebooks.
Yeah, and this is another part that obviously John Doe didn't expect them to find his apartment. So
this was not part of his plan, and he had to change his schedule and everything.
Exactly. So that's why I'm wondering if the comics expand upon what his initial plans were for this, because this goes, this skews away from what his initial plans were. So I'm wondering how his original plan would have gone if this was going to last longer, and he had to kind of bump it up and figure out a way to kind of get this ended, because he knew they were getting close.
There's a strong sense that things will ramp up really quickly after this, and that he can't toy around anymore. He has to actually get through everything. And that's what it means by changing his schedule. It really does feel that way. I agree completely. The same thought came to my mind too. And also, they can't find a fingerprint in the whole place, which will be explained soon. And of course, they find the 2,000 notebooks, and then would take 2 months for how many people to read it? I forget. 50 men reading in 24-hour shifts to read it. Also, they read like a diary. So here's a bit of John Doe's diary. On the subway today, a man came up to me to start a conversation. He made small talk. a lonely man, talking about the weather and things. I tried to be pleasant and accommodating, but my head began to hurt from his banality. I almost didn't notice it happen, but I suddenly threw up all over him.
I remember this.
Not
Yeah.
pleased. And I couldn't stop laughing.
You know, I've
Yeah,
never done that, but I've been in plenty of situations where I'm being talked to death on the bus or something like that, and would probably laugh if I did something.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I do struggle sometimes when I get stuck in a small talk conversation. Also, they're not always my favorite. Not always my favorite times.
Nope.
Sometimes it's good. Sometimes. Franco Walker says, "Please subscribe and hit the bell, share, hit like, and select live chat." A lot of psychopaths get headaches. I forget why, but I've heard medical explanations, says Andrew. Wow.
Franco also says, "Am I still here?"
Are you still here?
I get headaches a lot. Does that mean I'm a
I
psychopath?
see you. See you, Franco. I wouldn't think that getting headaches is an indication that you're a psychopath, but if you're a psychopath, maybe you get more headaches than normal. I don't know. I don't know the science on that. But that's interesting that you saw that somewhere. So there's no dates in these journals, and they're not in any particular order. And I heard that the whoever wrote these journals took 2 months to write them, and then they baked them to make them look old and stuff. And so then the phone rings. Oh, were you going to say something?
Nothing.
All right. So Mills finds the phone. The killer says he admires the detectives for finding him. And that's all really. He just wants to say, I got to change my schedule because of you. And he apologizes for hurting one of them. And Somerset records this call. And there was a onset injury during the chase scene, I forgot to mention. Brad Pitt slipped on the hood of a car and went through the screen, cutting his hand, and the injury was written into the character for this scene and the rest of it.
Which actually reminds me of that one scene where where Morgan Freeman was wrapping his hand. Maybe that was a foreshadow of that, of him cutting his hand.
That's possible, but they weren't planning on Brad Pitt actually getting hurt, so that just actually worked out for the movie.
Interesting.
We're sick, ridiculous puppets. What gross stage we dance on.
Oh, that is so true.
That sounds like Shakespeare, actually.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful quote.
Right, and no more extra notes for this particular scene, but they're still in the apartment here. Things out. And there's the injured hand, wrist. Really injured. And there's the phone call that gets recorded. John Doe's phone call. He admires them. And so then they go to the Wild Bill's leather. That's where they get their latest clue. Wild Bill remembers him and thought John Doe was just a performance artist or something. Because he says that he's made weirder stuff than what he was asked to make. Which we're gonna see actually we're not gonna see what he made. But we just have to picture a big harness. But we'll talk about it in a minute. And they go to the leather shop, and he remembers John Doe. And then they find a blonde in one of the pictures. And that leads them to this massage parlor where they find a concert, and they're pointing down the hall. And this is where we see the lust murder. We're on lust now of those deadly sins. What's all those sounds we're hearing? There's a party going on somewhere? Yeah, apparently. There's a party going on somewhere, I guess.
It's like We got a nightclub and stuff nearby. I guess it's part of it. Play a bunch of loud music. Oh, that's cool, Theta.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you. I actually have a diorama that's the cat's knocked down. But
what are we looking at?
It's a diorama of the Ghostbusters. The Gozer. I have some. Yeah. That's what brought it up. Franco Walker asked if Zool's in the building, so I showed Zool, and then I just y'all asked. So the cat's knocked over all the Ghostbusters and Gozer, but
of course, the cat did.
But yeah. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to break it up.
That's okay. That's okay. If the chat wants to see something, you can show it.
Okay.
And there's no problem. So they're on the crime scene, and the man's yelling for something to be taken off of him. He's definitely panicking. He's exhausted, and he's maniacal, but he does survive. He's not hurt, but he's traumatized.
As you would be.
And he's questioned. John Doe apparently also questioned him and asked if he was married. And so he was forced by John Doe at gunpoint to use a and Scotty said it 100 times on my channel already. A knife dildo, essentially. That's attached to this. It's attached to the leather strap harness that was made at Wild Bill's.
Oh my god, that sounds awful.
Oh, thank God I didn't miss the nice pelvis machine.
That's like the bat signal for Scotty.
Oh my God, lust.
And that's grotesque slide number 6.
Yes.
It's not really that grotesque, but I'm not going to show a knife dildo on my channel.
Well, no, but Jill, in terms of the deposition, I suppose it is, the questioning, can I be Leland Orser, the man who wore?
The man who wore it? Oh, yeah. But I did want to say about him, Leland Orser, he stayed up for, and I don't know if it's hearsay or not, but he stayed up for 2 nights straight before filming in order to be believably exhausted. And
he looks it. He really does. Like the bags under his eyes, those look real. Yeah.
He plays the most terrified man I have ever seen in every movie he has ever been in, except for Daredevil. Like he is awesome in Alien Resurrection. He is awesome in this. He is in a bunch of Star Trek.
And that's not him on the screen. That's Michael Massey.
That is true. That is true. We're not talking about Leland Orser currently. That's Leland Orser. Look at him. He looks like E.T.
Okay, so you want to read him. Here's what I got in my notes.
Yeah, I know. Did you edit it?
No, I didn't edit it. You can edit it.
He made me do it. He put the thing on me, and he made me wear it, and he told me to fuck her, and I did. I fucked her. Oh God! Oh
yeah.
God! He had a gun in my mouth. The gun was in my fucking throat.
That's a good monologue.
Guys! I got to go downstairs and apologize to my mother.
That was a good monologue. If you ever want to go audition for a role like that, you could get that role, man.
Well, while Scotty is washing his mouth out with soap, Mills and Summers go to their respective homes to sleep after this whole ordeal.
She did not accept my apology.
Oh no.
Oh, and there's the foreshadowing. This won't have a happy ending.
Yeah. You can take my my thing off my comment.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't realize I still had that up there.
That's all right.
Right.
There is no Dana, only Zool.
This is
We're
also
living-
when he tries to, where Mills is actually the one dropping wisdom, saying that most people are just so miserable and everything. They just want to go home, go have a drink, eat a cheeseburger, some type of crap.
Yeah, they just want to go home and throw switchblades at their dartboard.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, and that's the argument, and I think that this is a beautiful representation of that argument. And it's like you gave up, and now you are telling yourself that all the awful things that made you give up are true. And what I'm trying to do is to prove you wrong. Like, there is good.
Well, and he
There
also
is-
says it's easier to lose yourselves in drugs than it is to cope with life.
For sure.
It's true. Yeah.
Easier to steal what you want than to earn it.
Yeah.
And beat a child than to raise it. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Well, no,
I mean,
but the thing is, like, I've been watching a lot of true crime lately, and the thing is that it comes down to the final line of the movie.
Yeah.
And so, spoilers, I can't talk about it.
Yeah, but it's true. Yeah, I agree. But that's what makes it so. That's what makes the light so important. Is that it's the narrow way, but it's necessary, and
And they continue. They say, you say that the problem with people is that they don't care. So I don't care about people. It makes no sense. And you know why? So Mills thinks he's going to make a difference. And I guess Somerset thinks that's naive.
Well, it's a matter of character. And I don't mean that in the humanitarian way. I mean that in terms of the storytelling way. I like seeing these two characters, one who is selfish.
Yeah.
And he's going to make a difference. And then the other one who is selfish. And it's like, you know what? There's no point in even trying. And Morgan Freeman is, I don't care. Like, seriously, I've been trying to figure this out for however many years.
Yeah, he's just ready to get out.
Like, there's no figuring this out. And I think that that's one of the beautiful conversations that is had between Mills and Somerset throughout the movie. It's like he's insane. And it's like, no. You think that he's insane. No, he believes he's justified. These are people. This is just the way that people are. Do you not understand that humanity is capable of relentless, awful, evil?
Yes.
Well, and I think that the character that conversation that they have shows that Somerset is now cares for Mills in a way that he didn't before, because he's opening up about how he really feels about the job, life, his philosophy, the way that he deals with things and stuff like that. It shows that after that conversation with Tracy, he really is starting to care about this person and is wanting to mentor him in the best
That is what's
way.
good about this movie, is that the characters do grow enough for you to care about them, and they care about each other. And Tristan also says, Scotty isn't such a humanitarian.
Thank you, Tristan. You know what? Thank you. No, I've never been accused of that before. So thanks.
Andrew Wardner says, classic newer subtext. Love it. Sometimes
Yeah.
I wonder if there's anything left saving. If there's anything left saving in the stinking city.
Yeah, I don't know where that quote is from. Is it from Seven? I don't think that.
No,
it
it's
sounds,
not. True
it sounds
Detective
like
was
something else.
inspired by this movie. Then it must be True Detective.
It's.
So-
I just think that it is a universal
The
storytelling.
Last time seeing Tracy?
Well, the last time we see Tracy, I can't say because we're not there yet.
And so he Somerset gets angry and throws his metronome and smashes it.
Which is so visually dynamic in terms of the fact that he is not going to ignore the sounds of the city anymore, and his own ignorance of that pain and strife. He has an opportunity to change things, and so the metronome is a way that he can stop thinking about it and stop caring about it. But he finally picks it up and throws it away because he has to hear it. He needs his pain, to quote Captain Kirk from Star Trek V.
Yeah, he's no longer trying to cloak it with order. He's embracing the chaos, maybe?
Yeah.
But whatever it is, we're on Sunday now. We're at Sunday.
Praise
so
Jesus.
We have a grotesque slide that's not in my slides, number 7. This is the last one.
What is it?
It's of...
Can you tell me about it?
It's of the well, we'll see it in a sec. We'll see some of it in a second. So this is the Pride kill.
Yeah.
And this is with the lady with the teddy bear. She's killed in her sleep.
What do you mean there's a teddy bear?
Oh, wait, she's not killed. She's mutilated.
Yes.
She's mutilated heavily. Her face is ripped off.
Her nose is cut off.
The spider face.
This is where the movie almost gets a little impatient with itself because they don't.
Yes.
Like, oh, they got a call. They're suddenly here. It's like they're just racing through this. It feels like an afterthought.
Well, but I think that also the killer's racing through it because he's been discovered at
exactly. Yeah, he found like his plan has gotten shortened in a sense. So yeah.
Well, but also in terms of storytelling, you could choose which is your, big show cardinal sin, if you don't mind me saying so. And you could make the big flashbang at the end being lust, because, the belt structure is pretty shocking. And to follow up the belt structure with the Pride, I think is sort of a denouement, so that you can get into the what is yet to go. You could end it with a big fireworks display, or you can do a fireworks display, a little bit of a down slope, and then build tension. I think it's really structurally well made.
What is a denouement? I've never heard that word before.
Oh, Kat, what is a denouement?
Like the big final reveal, like when
okay, like conclusion. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like a climax.
Okay.
Like when the detective
post climax.
who the
It's
bad
like
guy is,
Okay. Cool.
Can the
I
chat
just
help
never
me
heard
out?
that word before. I like
It's a French word. It's denouement.
They also. So for this particular kill,
Tristan gets it.
Yeah.
Rachel
I like the word.
Rachel Shade is given sleeping pills in one hand. It's glued to one hand and a phone in the other hand. And she has the choice to either call for help and call for help and you'll live, but you'll be disfigured. Or
would you want to live
end it
without
all.
a nose?
Yeah,
no.
I would.
You would live without a nose?
Yeah.
Well,
How would you
get
smell?
reconstructive surgery.
I don't care. I mean, as long as I'm alive, I mean, I can still. That would be like saying to a deaf person, "Well, you can't hear." I mean, don't you just want to die?
You have a good point. I'm sorry for my insensitivity.
No, it's all right. It's all right.
No, not to you. To all the noselesses.
Scotty, you never
I
stop
living,
surprising me.
So I don't know. I think I would try it, but it would be a lot of surgery just to not look monstrous to people.
See, without a nose, you're monstrous. How dare you speak that way of the noseless?
Well, I don't like Voldemort either.
Oh
Yeah.
no, he's good looking for a noseless guy.
See, so then you just contradict yourself.
I didn't contradict nothing. I just discovered that there is. I haven't seen it. Is there a hot noseless girl?
I have no idea.
Not that I know of.
Oh my
I'm just
God.
saying, it's not a good time being noseless. You're very unique and easy to pick up on
I There's a little bit of that.
Oh my god, this is a hilarious conversation.
Anyway, I feel bad for the.
I didn't want to picture the girl, so I took a picture of the teddy bear.
Okay.
And so, since it's Sunday, Somerset's supposed to be retiring, so he's telling Mills that he's decided to stay on until the case is over.
Yep.
Detective!
Oh, it is a great performance.
Great scene.
Yes.
I like how he got that far into the station and nobody even.
Yeah, exactly.
I was watching the frame, and there is a noticeable reaction from people who are like,
yeah, he just screams.
There's a guy.
Yeah, he just screamed.
Not even from before the screen, before he even identifies himself. You watch him enter the police station in the beginning from behind, and then he walks in as you see Somerset and Mills going up the stairs. And they do intermingle. It isn't as separated as you would think it would be, which I would like to give praise to the entire film for, is that when Kevin Spacey is playing John Doe in the scene, sparing the stunt doubles, he is in the scene. Yeah. And so when Kevin Spacey walks in covered in blood, as you see him here, there are people who are like, what?
Yeah.
Like, as even before he comes into frame, you see the reaction of onlookers being like, this is what?
Yeah. Well,
it's
he's
amazingly staged and blocked.
Yeah. I completely agree. And he comes in not as a threat. He's not armed. He has his arms out, showing that he has no weapons or anything like that.
Or fingerprints.
Yeah. Well, they don't realize that. I mean, it looks like he could have just been in an accident or something, and like a very horrific.
No, they do realize that. They immediately say he cuts the skin of his fingertips, and that's why he doesn't.
Oh no! But I'm saying like Scotty's saying, the people in the background react to him coming in. That's all I'm responding to.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Also,
Jill,
yes,
Jill. Do you know whose blood is on that shirt?
Oh God, are we gonna say it right now?
I like
do you know? But yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes, I do, because I watched.
Okay, I can't wait to get there.
I like that Somerset's reaction is like, all bets are off now.
Yeah.
He's just totally shocked that this is happening.
Yeah. Well, he realizes that somebody like this wouldn't have concluded their grand scheme, their grand plan or whatever. And so he realizes that there's something else going on, and he's kind of freaking out in his mind because he doesn't know what it is. He knows that the 7 deadly sins thing has not been completed yet, and he's turning himself in. So he's realizing, okay, there's something else going on bigger that we do not know about, and that's freaking me out.
And so Kevin Spacey shaved his head to play John Doe on the condition that David Fincher did the same thing as well. Is that?
Oh, nice. That's great. That reminds me of Gene Hackman and Richard Donner in the original Superman.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah, it was like
I didn't know that.
Gene Hackman said, "I will not shave off my mustache unless you do." And yeah.
Interesting.
Richard Donner had a fake mustache on, and he said, "I shaved it," but he had a fake mustache the entire time.
In fact, he couldn't even grow a mustache.
He was a mustache.
He was the mustache that he was trying to shave. Anyway.
So apparently John Doe doesn't have a credit history, no employment records, and his bank account's only 5 years old.
I love that he's independently wealthy. He is the biblical Batman, but also like he's a Batman villain.
Oh, that's that was actually one of the points I was going to make at the very end, is that he is this universe's Joker because he has no identity. He has no,
he's not funny.
nothing. he has no name.
Nothing.
Exactly. So he is the Joker of this
No,
universe.
you can't be the Joker unless you're funny.
Well, Joker's not necessarily funny. He's
No,
just
the Joker. Have you heard the name of the
Well, maybe
It's Joker.
he was just saying just some of the attributes, not all of the attributes.
yeah. No, I'm not. I'm just saying in the sense of
Are
that
you saying Joker isn't funny?
I'm saying that. Well, yeah, I am saying that.
Well, then you didn't get it.
Maybe, but what I'm saying is naturally the aspect of being the essence of chaos and having no identity and all those attributes of the Joker is what John Doe is in this
No, but John Doe
universe.
isn't an agent of chaos. He's an agent of order. He's an agent of service. He's
I
an
would-
agent of.
I would argue.
God's
We're going
will.
off on tangents here.
I would,
Yeah,
yeah,
of course we are. That's the fun.
yeah, I would argue that, but yeah, we can go on.
We can keep
But
going.
we will definitely speak more on that in just a little bit because right now the lawyer's saying John Doe says that there are 2 more bodies to find, but John Doe will only reveal them to Somerset and Mills, and if they refuse, those bodies will never be found. And so Mills
Adam
says
Schiff. That's Adam Schiff from Jurassic Park: The Lost World.
Oh yeah,
Schiff, Scott.
yeah.
Schiff. I said Schiff.
You said Adam Schiff. That's Richard Schiff.
Yeah, Adam
Yeah,
Schiff
whatever.
is the attorney. Yeah,
All shifts look the same. I apologize. No, they don't.
I like that at no point in this conversation does anyone bring up the probability that this is a trap.
Oh well, yeah, exactly. Well, I think that's the thing. That's the thing that I was saying earlier is that Morgan Somerset, I think, in the back of his mind, is realizing there is something else going on here. This is a
They know
trap.
for sure. Oh no, they know for sure something else is going on, but nobody says out loud, especially to the
Oh,
attorney, that look, this is obviously a trap. Your client wouldn't just do this.
I disagree with you simply because they send helicopters to supervise it from the air. I'm pretty sure. And they do say specifically through dialogue, there's no ambush out here. So they do assess it militarily. And
No, I'm saying nobody in this whole scene once mentions that this is a trap.
I think they're more worried about the murders themselves, and they're like, okay, so even if this is a trap,
public
we've gotta
relations
deal
comes
with it.
into it too,
Goodbye,
which is
Grogu.
weird.
Oh, bye, Grogu. Have a good rest of your day.
Brogu is going. Oh, and also Sentai Ranger Donnie is here.
Hey, what's up,
Everyone,
Sentai Ranger
Friday.
Donnie? Yeah.
More phenomenal.
Yeah, more phenomenal. And I really liked your tweet on the Astro Megazord.
I love the XCOM.
Aw.
I got to take a break for a second here.
Brogo says, gotta go. Enjoy your weekend, everyone. And always remember, this is the way. And can we send helicopters to over? Oh, never mind, says Trishan. Where do you want to send helicopters to? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, also DJ Knight is here. Hello to DJ Knight.
DJ Knight.
Yes. All right. So, also sounds like something Philip Marlowe would say to Andrew. I don't know what. Sometimes I wonder. Oh yeah. Okay, probably that. On
yeah.
Dangerous Ground, 1951, is the film noir that set a lot of standards, says Gavin Blackburn. It's the movie where he sends his partner for a coffee while he beats a suspect. It has a worthless city trope. Trishan Mendoza says mutilations. What did Sam Kinison say
Kinison.
about the Manson family? Bye, guys. I'm glad you can handle your high. I'll take your word for that one.
Yeah. Sam Kinison was hilarious.
He
He was a comedian.
He was great.
Yeah.
Oh.
Denouement is that how it was pronounced? I forget now. Denouement.
Yeah, but that's not how it's spelled.
Yeah. But that's how my my mind can remember it.
Yeah.
Denouement. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, Jill.
I'm doing some backstage stuff. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so the final part of the play or film or narrative in which the strands of the plot are drawn together and matters are explained or resolved. Denouement. There you are.
Denouement. Yeah.
And hello
Cool.
to DJ Knight. You say banana, and I say banana. Who says banana?
Banana?
Banana.
I don't.
Get out of here.
Yeah, if you
Andrew
say
says-
banana, get the hell out of here.
That's right.
We don't want your kind around here.
What was that Christina Ricci movie where she had a pig nose? Asks Andrew. I don't know.
I have no idea. I only remember her from Casper and the Addams Family. I'd probably remember.
What are we
if you-
watching? Dissecting every shot in the movie? Well, this is 7. And
Yeah.
not in every single shot. I only have, a few. Well, not a few, but like about 500 slides. But
Yeah, you've got quite a bit. Yeah, I need to do this for the movies that I'm going to be dissecting as well.
probably
And
get
it-
half the amount of slides that I get. I get too many.
Yeah.
But this is still half the amount that I got last week for
It's a good amount.
Or
Hail
the
to the Padawannabe too. Hello.
Mhm. Yes, I was a lot more discriminatory this time. He's just a messy eater. It's tomato sauce.
tomato
with
sauce.
sprinkle. Oh,
all over his shirt. Yeah.
yes. John Doe just he really does love that spaghetti sauce.
Yeah, and he just forgot to wash his hands.
Mm. I never got around to watching this film. I was too busy, says Tristan.
I recommend.
Andrew left.
Well, I mean, I guess you're gonna get some spoilers here. So
Well, we lost Grogu. We lost one baby Yoda. We got another one. The Padawan.
yay!
What's in the
Well-
box? Well, it's been a while since I played that.
What's in the box?
Yeah, so it's
Yeah. Yeah,
in
we've
the
been
box?
saying. Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
yes.
Get a what's in the box.
Franco's
Oh
got
yeah.
Sam
I've seen that.
Kinison
I,
singing
yeah,
Wild Thing.
I've seen that. I've seen that video.
Mhm.
Yeah. Sam
Very good.
Kinison was he was a very like he was on Married with Children on an episode or two. He was a very loud comedian, but he was just so he had that charisma. He was good. He definitely
Will
had issue.
considers that maybe they should just book him instead and let him go off to prison where he gets his free cable TV. which he
Exactly.
get for his wife.
Yeah, but they'd never know what how
about
to
the
yeah, exactly.
murder.
But little
They
do
would know. Actually, they would know pretty soon because
oh yeah, they
It's
would.
been so
This is all just
long
a trick. Yeah,
he's all like, "Where's my wife?"
yeah, exactly. They would know soon. I mean,
So Kat's right. Like they could have considered, hey, maybe this is a trap. Maybe we should wait and see what's going on.
yeah,
and not jump all over this, but jump all over it. They do.
but isn't it mostly Mills? Like I said, it's been a while since I watched this movie, but isn't it the fact that Mills is a very brash and dive into the action type of character, and he wants to solve, like he wants this is his first big case, and so he wants to make a name for himself, and he wants to solve this and get justice and be the hero and everything. So he wants to, you know what I mean?
Well, no, it's basically what happens is that they get blackmailed by John Doe. He's like, you do what I want, and I'll sign a confession and plead guilty. But if you don't, I'm going to claim insanity. But
Yeah.
and Mills agrees. So yeah, you're onto something there. But also Somerset says if he were to claim insanity, this conversation is admissible. The fact that he's blackmailing us with his plea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I mean, and not to mention, not that we're getting into like real life court proceedings and stuff like that, but it takes a lot for the insanity plea to actually work. Just the fact that he has had this planned for so long and stuff.
Yeah, but he's losing control and he's trying to regain control.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it works. It works because
Yeah.
you have Cat in the room to say, "What if this is the trap?"
Oh yeah, no, it definitely works. Yeah, I'm just saying if this happened in real life, the insanity plea would not work. Most likely, you know, they yeah. Anyway, keep going.
I am.
I am.
So then in the next scene, next thing in my notes is that they're shaving their chest. And I'm like, wait, why are they shaving their chest? Well, it's so they could put wires on.
Oh, I thought it was because they were like, you know, brotherly love, like shaving our chest.
Oh, right. Yeah, they want to shave. the cops who shave together.
Yeah.
They
who shave together, bathe together. Or wait, never mind.
He says, "Hey man, if I were to accidentally shave off a nipple, would it be covered by workman's comp?"
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
And so they get geared up. They put on their bulletproof vests. We got helicopters. The detectives are riding in the car with the killer in the back, with John Doe in the back, and the helicopters follow the car with the detectives and John. And oh dear, hold on just a moment. I don't think my message went through. Let me send it somewhere else.
Well, while you're doing that, a fun fact is that even in the movie, they're saying that it's hard for them to communicate because of the cable lines and stuff. Well, while filming, that same thing was actually happening to the crew that was trying to film. So that's a real thing that like
Nice.
the power lines were interfering with the frequency that they were trying to communicate on the ground.
Information, so they couldn't communicate with the sedan.
Yeah, exactly. So they were having a lot of trouble filming that scene with the helicopter because the power. I mean, they might have written that into the scene because they were actually having real problems. I don't know if that's a fact, but I know that the fact that they were having technical issues because of that.
Hold on just a second. I've got to pause the show just for.
No problem. I hope all of y'all are having a wonderful Friday and ready for a wonderful weekend coming up. Later this Sunday is Casey's birthday. If y'all want to come and say happy birthday to him on my stream, y'all are more than welcome to. He definitely is an amazing guy. Go check out his channel. How are you doing, Kat? How's your week been?
All right. A little slow, but busy.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, it's been exhausting for me, so
yeah,
I know the feeling. Just work, trying to make some videos and trying to, keep everything going, keep the cats fed and happy. I'm trying to find some homes for those kittens because I can't keep them. I mean, they're so cute, but yeah, I can't have that many cats. I'm good with the two that I have. I had a good rhythm going on, taking care of them, and I love them to death. But they deserve the love of a family that can give them individual attention all the time and stuff. And I just it's not fair to have so many cats and not be able to give them all the attention that they deserve because they're great cats. They need love too.
Yeah.
So if anybody's in San Antonio and y'all want a cat or around the San Antonio, Texas area, y'all want a little sweet baby kitten. Whoa, I got it. Oh, that's the cops calling me back. I think they're having trouble finding me. My bad.
No Greek letters. We're not making a stew out of the kittens.
No, yeah, we are not doing that, and I will completely erase that memory that you even said that. That is gone. Hi, little baby.
All right, I guess we got to move on.
All right,
So-
we took care of business. We had.
Oh,
some
did you read all the
conversations.
chat?
Oh, we were taking care of.
Okay.
Like, we were just chatting and carrying on with the show.
Oh, thank you so much, Theodazord, for covering me there.
Oh,
I
no
wanted
problem.
to try to do some things, but it
No,
didn't
no
work.
problem.
I tried my best.
No
But
problem.
we are going to move on with the movie. Sentai Ranger Johnny says, I love Sam's cover the same way I love the original and the other cover heard in the first Major League.
Yeah. Man, I haven't seen that movie in such a long time.
I haven't seen it at all.
Major League? Oh, it's a really funny movie. I mean, I'm not even a baseball guy, and it's I mean, I'm not a sports guy at all, really, but it's a fun movie. Very funny.
And Andrew says, I looked up SpongeBob's sin in Google and it said overenthusiasm or excessive love. That's a funny thing to look up.
Yeah, I could see
And
that.
we're
I mean,
gonna shut Tony down.
yeah.
Greek letters, Larson, don't make any stew out of any cat.
Oh no, don't bring it. We already, yeah, I erased that from my memory, and yeah, it's gone. I'm not thinking about that. That's not happening. Yeah, and Penny, I understand. You need a nap. Go take a nap. You deserve it, Penny.
All right. So I think it's fine throughout this scene that Mills still hasn't learned a thing. He's still getting John Doe's face and going back and forth and just taking the bait every second of the way. And Somerset is sitting there very thoughtfully and just kind of listening, just waiting for waiting for John Doe to overstep his bounds.
Exactly. It really shows the dynamic of the harmony of opposites of both of their characters. There's the wise, logical Somerset, and then there's the brash, headstrong Mills. They just it's a typical good cop, bad cop type of thing, but it's more of like an experienced cop versus an experienced cop. And that's why, I mean, John Doe takes it. I mean, even though his plan didn't go according to how he wanted it to, he lucked out in the sense that Mills is the exact type of person that is going to fulfill this ritual that he's trying to do. And as far as
John refuses to state who he is. He won't say who he is, and he just gives instructions on which way to go. And Mills guesses that they're not just on their way to pick up bodies. He knows there's something more to this. He knows that John wants to have a spectacle, and John agrees. Like he says, wanting people to listen, you can't just tap them on the shoulder anymore. You have to hit them with a sledgehammer.
Yep.
And then you'll notice you've got their strict attention.
Yeah. Which is the reason why I referenced the Joker. He's chaos. I don't believe that there's any whole, like, even though in his mind he believes it's a holy mission or whatever. I don't even know if he believes that. I think that it's more of just an excuse. And I mean, this is obviously completely blasphemous what he's doing. And so anyway,
this is where we get to the crux of the movie and the things I'm surprised they don't do, where it's really clear from the back and forth that pride is John Doe's sin, pride and wrath.
Yes.
Sorry, what Somerset says, "Well, look, John, you enjoyed torturing those people. You're not some reluctant soldier for God." And John kind of admits it. He's like, "Well, there's nothing wrong with a man taking pride in his work." And it's like, "Well, according to you, there is." Because
that's exactly
his pride has taken these really lethal, and it's like, okay, you want to kill him for lethal, okay, or kill him for the sins, okay, but he does it in this really sadistic, drawn out way, which is in itself wrath, and he's really proud of himself for that. So it makes sense to me why it's like he would have been a more natural fit for the pride victim than envy. So in that way, I feel almost like
that too.
So I feel
but he's not self-reflective enough to understand that. So
he's got envy, pride, and wrath.
In the script, it feels like they came up with the ending and were writing backwards from there, because there's absolutely nothing to suggest that John Doe is envious of a normal life whatsoever. Even those the journals.
Well, that does come out of nowhere. I agree.
Bored by the idea of this conversation that he's just going to vomit all everybody and laugh at it. It's like that guy's got like antisocial personality disorder. He doesn't want a normal life.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
But at the same time, even if you are introvert or you don't enjoy the company of other people, you still get the feeling of loneliness. So I try to wave it off, but we're almost there. We're in the car right now, and so John is very happy with his master plan, and that is something that he's very proud of. As he said, he has lots of pride, and he enjoys his work. And John says, "It's more comfortable for you to label me as insane. It's very comfortable. It's not something I would expect you to accept.
Yeah,
but I did not choose. I was chosen." And he thinks he's the chosen one, apparently.
Yeah.
Right, and you can see from how aggressive John Doe's reaction is to the notion that his victims were innocent. That's like, yeah, you clearly enjoyed and loved doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Which is kind of this is kind of where the bit of insanity or craziness, or whatever you want to call, like that look in his eyes right there. He's got like these angry, crazy eyes.
Exactly. Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, if
Somerset's not taking the bait.
If he understands anything about the Bible like he claims to, he would completely understand that we're all sinners, and there is everyone is guilty of something. And so by that cause, everybody would be up for grabs to be killed, and even himself. So
they try to do that with him giving himself the sin of envy. They attempt that, but he also says nothing wrong with taking pleasure in a man taking pleasure in his work. And he also says, Mills says, "I thought all you did was kill innocent people." And John says, "Innocent? Is that supposed to be funny? An obese man? A disgusting man who could barely stand up. If you saw him, you'd point him out to your friends so they'd join you in mocking him. A man who, if you saw him while you were eating, you wouldn't be able to finish your meal. And after him."
That's the one part that gets under his skin finally, like that one line by Mills. It finally shows the psychotic side of him. Like before, you see like a calm, calculated demeanor of this character of John Doe, and then by him saying that they were innocent people that he killed, that then he finally snaps and he becomes.
You're right. This is a very lively conversation in terms of very aggressive.
Yeah,
and he says, "You must have been seriously thanking me for that one." In terms of the lawyer, that man dedicated his life to making money by lying with every breath he could muster to keep murderers and rapists off the street, and murderers like yourself. Yeah, Mills is in patience with this guy.
Yeah,
a woman so ugly she couldn't bear to go on living if she couldn't be beautiful. A drug dealer dealing. And then the disease spreading prostitute. It's
chiming up his sexism. It's like, okay.
Yeah, right. And the married guy. The married guy's fine. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Or the proprietor of the business.
But he does say what you're saying, Zord. We see deadly sin on every street corner in every home, and we tolerate it. We tolerate it because it's common, it's trivial. We tolerate it morning, noon, and night. Well, not anymore. I'm setting an example, and
Yeah.
what I've done is going to be puzzled over and studied and followed forever.
Yeah. But really, I mean, if you think about it, what he says just makes it to where what he's doing isn't special. If what he says is true, then what he's doing isn't special at all, because anybody could be a victim. I mean, it's not, you're not completing some God, given ritual, that's handed down to you from divine, coming down from the divine Trinity. It's just everybody is up for grabs, so it's not special at all. So
I
it's
like how, yeah, and the screenwriter having John say that what I've done is going to be studied and puzzled forever is almost like the screenwriter patting himself on the back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm making a pretty damn good movie. People are going to be talking about this one. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get really heavy, though.
Yep.
We're getting out in the desert, helicopter following them, and they're having trouble. They're still having the conversation. Yeah, you're no Messiah.
Yeah, exactly. John's trying to explain that he only got caught because he wanted to be caught. And remember, every time you look in the mirror, that face of yours for the rest of your life, of what life I allow you to have. So he's saying he has control over his life.
And that's, again, him deflecting and being arrogant because he didn't know that they were going to show up at his apartment.
Exactly.
It's like that was he was shocked at that. And now he's like, oh, I only got caught because I wanted to be. It's like, no, you didn't. If we didn't come by and you had that encounter, you wouldn't have even picked David.
Exactly.
Like,
it might have been a completely different ending.
Yeah,
It might not have even ended with him actually being found at all.
Yeah.
It might have ended, but with him doing another 7, sin series. I mean, we don't know. It's just an arrogance. You're exactly right. Yeah.
And so they go out into this area, and they actually get. They actually, yeah. I thought the trailer was going to be important because I put it in my notes. It's a sales office trailer. What's the deal with this thing? But no, they don't really care about the trailer. They
Just
do
set
end up
dressing.
bringing. Yeah, it's just set dressing. Some dilapidated car here, and they get John Doe out of the car along with Somerset and Mills, and they have a poor dead dog on the road.
No, they don't. I don't see it.
It's there.
No,
and
it's not.
John Doe says he does not take credit for killing the dog.
No, I think I heard that wasn't planned. I think that was something they found there, and then they wrote that line for him to say when he got out of the car.
I didn't do that.
I think I heard that too, but I'm not going to acknowledge it, even though I just did.
And he wants to know what time. He wants to know what time it is. It's 7:01.
Yep.
So
Which could reference Job 7:1, which is judge not lest ye be judged.
Mm.
So I think I remember that's what that could be referencing.
Oh, very cool. And so they follow John, and then a truck approaches. So we're finally going to get our delivery. We've been waiting for this delivery. I've been waiting for this delivery since yesterday when I heard this movie was an unboxing. Off in the distance it approaches.
Oh yeah, that's right. You just saw this movie for the first time, right?
That's right.
That's crazy. That's so crazy. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna review the rest of the movie, and then we're gonna get back to the chat. Then, if you guys are wondering what's going on.
No, that's cool. I want to know, I want to hear your perspective of seeing this for the first time. Like I want when we
Yeah.
get to the, I want you to walk through it first because I'm really I like to hear when people see movies for the first time, like what went through
this
their
is
minds, what you were expecting and stuff. So
Mhm.
Yeah, this is where
And
if I were the
Mhm.
detectives, my patience would start wearing thin. It's like, okay, now I know this is obviously a trap. I'm not gonna sit around and wait for it anymore at this point, you know? It's
yeah,
like, come on, we're getting back in the car. We're getting out of here, you know?
yeah. And then finally the van starts pulling up.
yeah, so they go after the van. And Somerset fires a warning shot. We know he doesn't pull out his gun for anything from the scene earlier.
Mhm.
And so it stops, the truck stops and delivers the package.
Wonder where this field is. I don't know.
Somewhere in California?
Perhaps. Let's see. I like how this is also like the first. I mean, yeah, Somerset was surprised when John Doe turned himself in, but he seems really almost out of his element right now.
Oh, for sure.
He's been so jaded throughout the whole movie, and now he's like he was even so intrigued by the case that he had to request Mills' permission to stay on for the rest of it because he, ceded his office to him. And now he's just like getting caught up in it, and it's like, oh geez, you're kind of, because with Somerset you feel kind of safe, like you're on board with him and things are going well. Now it's like, oh geez, the tension's really building.
I think that has a lot to do with the conversation that he had with Tracy. Ever since that conversation, he's been very connected to this family, and he wants to protect David. He wants to make sure that nothing bad happens on his first big case. I just think that there's a lot of there's almost like a father-son.
Absolutely. Yeah, I see that too. Very mentorship, even as far as father-son, I would go for that too.
Yeah.
And to that point, he opens the package for David, even though it could be a bomb. They say, "Oh, let's get the bomb squad here," but Somerset wants to open it himself for David, for Mills.
What was going through your mind at this point?
I was hoping this wasn't going to explode, but then we see that it's full of
Did you think that it was a bomb at first?
I thought it's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible when a killer when when the serial killer gives you a box, you don't really want to open it.
Yeah.
Because he did pay the delivery guy $500 to deliver this, and so who it came from, and whatever's in the box is not going to be a good thing.
Yeah, and to be there at exactly
I didn't
7
know
o'clock.
what it was going to be. I definitely didn't know what, and even with the blood, I still didn't know what was bloody inside the box.
Yeah,
like
John Doe has the upper hand.
Yeah, John Doe has the upper hand.
I think when I first saw the movie, I figured it out because
hey, you made it.
When he says the package was addressed to David, and then when you see the blood when he opens it, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
I don't think that I was ever that clever. When I first saw it, I had no idea.
Oh yeah, I didn't either.
I didn't think that she was going to survive the movie, but I didn't know how she was going to die.
I thought she was. I thought. I mean, just great. I guess it's my optimistic attitude towards movies and stuff. Up to this point, I don't think I had seen a movie quite like this that had this dark of a turn. So I was expecting, the heroes to take out the villain, whatever, how it goes. So I was expecting the best.
I think that's one of the best things about the film noir of the 1990s.
I agree.
Is that, you know what? Maybe nobody wins.
Exactly. I agree. I couldn't agree more, actually.
I say that about the 1990s, but then you look at Chinatown and nobody wins. You look at the Maltese Falcon, nobody wins.
Yeah. I guess, but it's just our generation, we grew up with things like Rambo and RoboCop, Terminator, and all of these iconic film, Total Recall, even.
But
Sam
like
Spade
Theta.
Maltese Falcon.
Yeah.
But Theta, like, don't you think that is cause for exploration of the noir genre?
I completely agree. I think that
Right.
was the brilliance of this movie, and what brought it back into the limelight with things like 12 Monkeys, and other movies like that, to be able to have that conclusion be not what we want.
Yeah, not a super fun time happy ending. But I think I agree with Kat that it is a little unbelievable how much he is saying, John Doe is saying that he admires Mills's life, that he wants his life, that he wants a wife, and that that's where
I think it's a lie.
You think it's yeah.
I don't think he does. I think that's what he says. I think that's what he wants them. I think that's what he wants to want, but I don't think that's what he actually wants. If that makes any sense.
Yeah,
but that's also sorry, Kat.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think he's right.
Really? You think you just think he's flat out right?
No, I think that Theta's right, because again, there's not a hint of anything from Doe's personality of being envious or longing to be a normal guy. And when Somerset calls him on that in the car, he's like, "Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with taking pride in your work." Like, he enjoyed everything he's doing. It's not. There's nothing about him which suggests that he wants to be normal. As we mentioned while you were gone, we were talking about how even the anecdotes that they read from his journals, this is like an antisocial personality disorder type person. This is not. It's not believable. That it felt like something I thought the screenwriters kind of pulled out of their ass, where they thought, "Oh, this would be a great twist ending, and let's write backwards from there." And the studio, of course, wanted to make a happy ending where the detectives figure out John Doe's plan and they race to the rescue to save Tracy. And it's like, well, they wouldn't really be able to figure that out because there's nothing in John Doe suggesting that he's even interested in Tracy.
Yeah.
And he just says here that he visits her home, and she wouldn't put out, essentially. So he took her head.
Yeah.
Her pretty little head.
Yeah.
Her pretty little head. And all the while
pretty head.
Just her pretty head. And so Somerset is yelling at Mills to drop his gun because
he knows. Yeah, he's like, he found out, and he's like, "Okay, let me disarm you before you know what's going on, so I can save you from making a big mistake."
But Mills,
and I love that Somerset takes the gun out of his own hand with his other hand and throws it away.
Yeah.
Yes, I like that too. And I was hoping that Mills was gonna copy, but he didn't.
Oh, no. No. Well, so what is in the box? Did we talk about what's in the box?
Not yet.
Yes, we did. Her pretty head.
Her pretty. Yeah, we just said.
Tracy's severed head is in the box.
Yeah. Okay.
That's where
there you go, everybody. That's what's in the box. What a great unboxing.
Yeah. Now the cat's out of the bag, or the head's in the box.
Hey, leave Cat out of this.
Halloween pictures from 2017 where Gwyneth Paltrow cosplayed as that, where she had a box that has the Fragile sticker and delivery on it, and you open the flash.
No.
It's funny.
Oh, that's funny.
Because you never actually see her severed head in the box.
You see like a flashback of her head.
Yes. Like of her face.
Yeah, of her face. Yeah, but we don't actually see the implied, or what's actually in the box.
I wonder if they made like a prosthetic.
I bet they did, just in case, and it probably didn't pass the
well, but also it's not. I think it's more powerful just to see the flash of when Mills is taking stock of the situation, and he hasn't seen it. Only Somerset has.
Mm-hmm.
Which also, bookends. It's like, it's vomit. You can take a look if you want. And then at the end, it's like, oh, it's worse than vomit. Like there's a lot of bookends in this movie, but I think that it is something where you do see that flash when we get there, because someone's still alive for someone.
Someone is still alive because he's goading on Mills to kill him. He's saying, "Become vengeance, David. Become wrath."
Can you do a poll?
I can do a poll after I finish this dialogue tree. Somerset says, "If you murder a suspect, David," so he's warning Mills, "you're going to ruin your career if you do this. You'll throw everything away. You'll throw your life away." And John says, she begged for her life. Although you could say John already took half his life.
Yeah.
She begged for his life and the life of the baby inside her, which is something, of course, that.
And he didn't know that.
Mills didn't
know. And actually hits him.
Yeah. Somerset knew that, and Mills did not know. And
Somerset and John Doe knew.
Yeah, exactly. But Mills did not, and it it really broke. Not to be a nitpicker, but on Jill's notebot, that's not my
that's not nitpicking.
I need to up that.
Correcting
I need no. I need to update that.
Okay, I just want. Okay,
you changed it. Thanks for reminding me.
No
I'll
problem.
make sure to change that later.
Why did you change it?
Because I didn't want people to think that I only did Power Ranger content, and so yeah, I wanted to let people know that I did more than just Power Ranger stuff. So yeah,
cool.
Yeah, and well, but this kind of calls into question because John Doe has this delusion that what he's doing is God's work and that he's divinely chosen to do this. So why would he be into killing unborn babies?
Mm-hmm. Exactly, which completely shines a light on the hypocrisy that that John Doe is trying to claim is righteous in coming.
And he has lots of little hypocrisies like that, but that's the biggest one.
Yeah.
You know what? If you're gonna murder a woman and then you find out that she's pregnant, the thing that bothers me most is the hypocrisy.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, yeah, you're right. The murder is worse than the hypocrisy.
Oh God.
But he's
always find a way to twist words.
No, dude, I ripped off a Norm Macdonald joke.
Oh, did you? Oh, I haven't heard.
Man,
that's right. Oh, okay, you're right. No, I remember seeing that on his show that he did with that Adam.
Sure.
Yeah, that was a good show.
Adam Egget.
So
Adam Egget,
So I'm causing Mills to be the fulfill wrath.
He's very upset.
He's going to take John's going to take his livelihood here.
Yeah.
And
his livelihood.
So Mills does well because if he kills
his life,
suspect, he's not going to be able to be a cop anymore.
Yeah.
Even
Well,
if
not just that, I think the clear implication is that it's a death penalty case.
Oh yeah,
you're murdering an unarmed suspect in custody, and as John says, all of them have to die. Like
well, that's possible, but.
Yeah.
The thing is, he's a cop. He'll probably.
That's how I always assumed what David's ending was going to be. That he was going to go to
death row.
Murdered.
I never thought about that, but yeah, you might be right.
No, Kat, I always thought that he's the only one who survives, but I didn't think of the fact that he might go to death row. That's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
And kind of unbelievable for a cop. Like even if they do take away his badge, you would think he'd get away with it.
Yeah, well, you would think under the circumstances and everything.
A crime of passion.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is something that you could get away with saying that he was in a state of insanity.
But also, you guys are supposing that this is a rational world. Like I do think that Seven takes place in a nightmare metropolis.
Oh,
Like,
that,
this is not something where, oh yeah, no, fair and rational wins.
oh
It's
yeah,
like, no, it
that's why I
doesn't.
compared it to Gotham. Yeah.
That's why I was
Yeah.
thinking that would be. I mean, even when I first saw it 20 years ago, I'm like, oh, he's like, that's where it was.
Yeah,
I figured
he was going to get.
Yeah, maybe if the worst that would happen, you're not going to be a cop anymore. It wouldn't be that hard of a decision to shoot the guy for what he did. But what would make it a terrible decision is it worth throwing your life away or going to prison or getting on death row to to kill this guy?
Yeah.
And
Exactly. That's why I was hoping he was going to throw his gun away, but then
Yeah.
just start beating up Spacey or something.
Yeah.
Not killing him, but just
Exactly.
knocking
Oh,
him
I
down.
love, you know what? One of the things that I absolutely adore about this movie is the emotional response from Brad Pitt as
Mhm.
Mills in terms of him trying to restrain himself.
I agree.
And as it goes, and then there is one final shot of Gwyneth Paltrow as Tracy, and it lasts for a frame and or more. Like, it's very brief.
It's about 2 seconds. Yeah.
Sure. And then he just he unloads his clip, and it's like, yes, that is what you should do.
Yeah.
And he is Wrath.
Yeah, exactly.
And
but it's almost like wrath in the form of
world.
Justice. Yeah.
But I guess. But the thing is that it's all part of the plan.
It's all part of the plan.
Okay, I think this is filmed out in Lancaster. Okay. Oh yeah, I can see
California.
it on the map.
And this is my favorite part of the entire movie. And this is the thing that wrapped it up in a bow. And God bless you, William Somerset. After he says, yes, please.
Oh, you want to read it? You can.
Earn it? No, I don't have to read it. Well, maybe I do, because if I misread it, then everyone
well, maybe I do.
Fucking suck. You said you knew it.
Do it.
Ernest Hemingway once
Whenever you're ready.
wrote. Is it in the thing? Great.
In the thing.
I love teleprompters. Ernest Hemingway once wrote, "The world is a fine place and worth fighting for." I agree with the second part.
Yeah. Very good. Very, very beautiful ending. Very poetic. The whole movie is poetry in a sense, and
Satanic poetry.
Well, I'm just saying the story that's being told. It's being told in a way that's very poetic and.
What do you think the meaning is of the credits going the other way instead of the normal way? They're going backwards.
Honestly, I think it's just for show. I think it's just to make it stand out.
You don't think it's stylistic, even knowing what you know about David Fincher?
Well, no, I mean, I think that it is stylistic, but I think that it's done. I don't think it has any secret meaning or anything like highlighting lead man or or anything like that. I don't think that it actually means anything specific. I think it's just referring back to the movie itself, and
I think it's made to offset you.
Okay, I could see that. I've never thought too much about it. It was just my initial.
And that last quote was because the executives wanted something to.
I do know that the very final credit, Kevin Spacey isn't he isn't credited until the very last scene, I believe, of the credits, the very last part.
Yeah, to keep it a surprise.
Credits. Yeah. So, but other than that, I've never really thought too much about what the credits mean or how they are put together. But
I just thought it was weird. It went the wrong way.
Yeah.
No, I just think it's meant to put you off of everything. It's made to make middle-aged women sob more because they don't understand why the credits are going up.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, I've never thought about it. I'll have to put some more thought into it.
Oh my God.
How do you get a very, very disturbing movie into theaters
Okay, it was a
without making
balloon.
it X-rated? Well, you make 7.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brilliant movie. David Fincher is awesome. And like I said, Fight Club and Seven are my 2 favorite Fincher movies. And yeah,
Curious Case of Benjamin Button.
Did he do that movie too?
Didn't he?
I don't know.
He did, yeah.
He did? Oh well, then that goes in there too. I love that movie.
I haven't seen it in a long time.
Never.
I prefer what's the Tim Burton one?
Yeah, I mean, I don't
Tim
know.
Burton won what?
What is it called? It's the one with Albert Finney and Ewan McGregor.
I don't know.
Big Fish.
Big Fish is better than.
Oh yeah,
Benjamin
Big
Button.
Fish is amazing. Yeah,
Yeah.
I could not agree more. I completely forgot about that movie, but Big Fish, dude, that's another one of those story movies that maybe I should consider playing for Casey's birthday because that's another movie. That's another movie that's about storytelling and yeah, that's a good idea.
No, I really have to let you guys know that I'm about to get evicted for that whole yelling about the knife dildo.
No.
Yeah, no, people are on my back. They're like,
Bad?
"No."
That bad? Really?
No, not bad, really.
Oh, okay. But there were multiple endings for this movie, and there was one that was gonna have John Doe not murder Mills' wife, but actually murder a substitute, and then the Mills would still
A substitute or a prostitute?
a substitute lookalike. Like, oh look, it looks like your wife. So you think she's and so then Mills would still kill him. And then that would make it even worse for him in the courtroom because now he killed somebody who he had no justification killing.
That would be stupid if you added on like a court scene at the end.
Yeah, it makes it so much more impactful the way that they.
And
they
here's your
Yeah,
wife.
yeah, that's a great way to cut down on your climax.
Yeah, it would completely kill the movie if you did something like that.
But no, it did. It would have done that, and then Somerset decides not to retire, and then gives his country house to Mills' wife and her baby, and that's an alternate ending. Another ending had a dramatic shootout with a dilapidated church where Mills dies.
The zombie comes back to life and has a shotgun and
Victor.
In what version is Somerset a replicant?
that's like the fifth edition.
That's a fifth draft, and then we got okay, great.
And then there's another ending where Somerset kills John Doe instead in order to save Mills from becoming Wrath.
Yeah, I was thinking that was what I thought that's what the whole plan was from the this was my honest second viewing opinion of the movie. I believe that David Fincher, his original script was for Somerset to to be the one to shoot him because it's built up in the beginning that he's never fired his weapon in the line of duty before, and he's going to retire without having to hurt to kill anybody as an officer. And so I was thinking that he was going to take the place and save David's character. I think that that's how it was originally going to be written.
You thought or originally Powell from Die Hard?
Well, yeah, because he's retiring anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And he cares so much for Tracy and David. He's basically become like a father figure for David, and he knows he cares for them so much now. I think he was going to be the sacrifice, which makes sense in a biblical way too. So
but also
if Tracy lived, that they'd be making visits to the farm
Yeah.
You know what? If Gwyneth Paltrow's head is not in the box, I'm not making this movie. I'm not even reviewing this movie unless Gwyneth Paltrow's head is in the box.
Well, the way it was made, her head is in the box.
Yeah.
Hey! What an unboxing.
Yeah.
So I
it
guess
costs
when he says, "I'll be around,"
$150, but
does that mean that he's not retiring? 'Cause that's all
I
he
don't
did.
think he's retiring. No.
yeah,
he's
no,
not-
I think she changed his mind after that
He-
because somebody has
told
to
us
carry on the light to battle the darkness.
Yeah, the world is worth fighting for, even though the world isn't good.
Exactly.
Well, and also it is at the end. It's almost the most cynical Louis and Rick from the end of Casablanca, because you do get the captain and Somerset, and it's like, so where are you going to be? And he's like, I'll be around.
Yeah.
It's like the opposite of this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. It's like, I'll be around.
Yeah. Yep. It was brilliant film. Dave Fincher is he's a great filmmaker.
Yeah, it's just
And,
too bad the bad guy got his way. Basically, he got everything
but-
he wanted.
I mean, honestly, if it were real life, yeah, obviously that would not be something I would want. But as a movie, I think that it paved the way for other movies to have the courage to not have a happy ending and be able to tell stories that really make you think, instead of just kind of going away thinking like, oh, the hero always wins, kind of bringing you down to reality, because reality is that the nice guy doesn't always win. He rarely does, in fact. And kind of, I think this kind of brought a lot of kids and teenagers and people in their 20s to realize, like, hey, this is life. This is how life really is. Like, it can be shitty.
While we're not sponsored, I'm just saying that if someone cuts the head off of your pregnant wife, and you happen to be in a law enforcement capacity, and you wish to unload your clip on that motherfucker, I would say, go to it, yo.
Oh, that's right. He doesn't just shoot him. He
unloads.
His entire gun is emptied.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but that guy cut the head off of his wife.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe
if he had another weapon, I'm sure if he had another magazine, I'm sure he would have reloaded and kept. I mean, because he knew he was going to jail anyway. So
if he had a People magazine, he found out how to shove that down his throat with his foot and kill him immediately, because you know what? It's kind of offside if you kill, or actually, if you cut off the wife of another person.
Well, and then find out
you can murder the person who murdered,
and also find out that your wife was secretly pregnant. I mean, that's another layer to it. I mean, he just finds that out too. So
someone get me out of this.
Someone stole his fatherhood from him.
Yeah, so that's another layer that would be able to get him an insanity plea. I believe anyway.
I don't think it's an insanity. I believe it's called justice. I filled out that guy like an application with my Glock.
Yeah, exactly.
They make the sequel, and you find out secretly that the sequel is 12 Monkeys, and that's how he ended up in the institute.
Ooh, dude. If you don't mind, I'm gonna take. I write theories.
No, you can't take that.
Can I take it?
No.
Oh, damn. All right.
I know, it's so heartbreaking.
My next one's gonna be Captain Powers is the beginning of the Matrix.
What the fuck is Captain Powers?
Captain Power and the Soldiers of the Future is a TV show from the late 80s.
That's that toy commercial.
Basically, but it had really good writing.
That was Jay Straczynski.
No.
Right?
No, it was David Goddard.
No, I don't know that guy.
He and somebody
He
else,
sold
but
toys.
no, he was the writer. The toy companies. I go into it on my Sunday morning action hour.
Oh, nice.
But it's a really, I mean, it's a really mature
Toy commercial.
toy commercial, basically. Yeah, but the writing in it is really good, and it is the beginning of the Matrix. I believe Captain Power is the one who blackened the sky that made the machine empire need humans to be batteries to power their machine city. So anyway, that's the theory I'm working on right now.
I am frightened by your hypothesis and yet
So-
intrigued by the videos.
So
Yeah.
before I get to the chat, I just wanted to say one more thing about the credits. I forgot to mention David Bowie's song at the end is from
I'm Afraid of
his
Americans.
concept album of a murderer who's murdered his art. So
Bowie's in space.
there's lots of
Bowie.
references in this one. What's that?
That was a good album.
Bowie's in space.
God.
Hell yeah.
Well, I do have to go now, so I'm gonna bid.
Oh,
goodbye.
and
All right.
then we finished the whole movie, Kat. So
Yeah.
is there anything else you want to add to before you go, or anything you want to share?
I think it's a great movie. Everybody should see it. Definitely holds up. So yeah, thanks. It's been fun.
Yeah, I'm glad you made it for the whole movie.
Yeah,
and
I had a great time talking with
it
you,
didn't
Kat.
take 6 hours. This
Yeah, great,
time.
Theta. All right.
Yay.
I'll be
See
seeing
you
guys.
later, lady.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, Kat, thank you.
I'm gonna smoke weed and drink booze before I see you later.
I'm gonna work on videos and take a nap because I woke up at 4:30.
Dexter.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get back to the chat and see what's
Yes,
going on.
Can I go have a smoke and then I'll come back?
Yeah, sure.
If-
Sounds like a
and
good
also
plan.
to anybody in the
Yeah.
chat that I give my regards to, just let them know that they have my regards.
All right. You have Scotty's regards, everybody.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so I just have to find out where I was. I need to take a break from dancing to aggressive. Oh, okay. That's great. I don't know what Trishan's doing at night. I don't think I need to know. Andrew Wordna says, yeah, does he believe what Somerset does? Good question. Because they're similar. And you mess with the law and you get busted, says DJ Knight. Yeah, it's a true story.
I fought the law and the law won. I fought the law and the law won.
Yeah. Yeah, Trishan says that's what Timothy Leary called the cops and robbers game. People get trapped into thinking you are on one side of the law or the other, binary, whereas who cares?
Yep.
No dancing, no smoking, no drinking, no thinking.
Don't think. That's 1984 for you.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, the towers are cool. That's why I got it here. Oh wait, this gets in the way. Let's move that.
Yep.
There.
Yep. Those made some the shots very difficult with the helicopter.
Looks cool though.
Yeah, it looks really awesome.
And the first sunny scene, yes, it's a very important. point.
Exactly.
The
Exactly.
whole movie was rainy, and this last Sunday is when the sun came out. Very.
But
Costco.
it's all a trick. Like it makes you think that like it makes you feel like, oh, this is the first non-rainy scene. We feel everything is coming to fruition. Like we're gonna finally solve this. Everything's gonna come out peaches and
Yes, now we see
cream,
the light.
and it just twists your twist the knife even deeper in your back.
Mm-hmm. Trishan says speedy delivery. Isn't that what the mailman? Is that the mailman and Mr. Rogers? Yeah, he does say speedy delivery. Yes, that's right. From Mr. Rogers. I did like that when I was a kid. Greek letters Larson. Yeah, Mr. McFeely is the name of the is the name of the postman in Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Greek letters Larson says, "Okay, show's over, folks. Tune in next week to discover what the
What the
delivery
delivery is.
to discover
The head in the
box.
box. What's in the box? Yeah,
that
that
looks
was
like a
a
metro grid, interstate
was
transit power lines."
why are they grouped together so closely? Yeah, that was a really an emotional scene. Brad Pitt did a really good job with that scene.
He did. It was pretty incredible. Franco wants you to remember to please subscribe, hit the bell, share, hit like, and select live chat.
Yep, and leave a comment after the stream is over. It helps more than you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I like getting comments after the show too. They're
Yeah.
fun to I will. I'm at the point where I can still respond to
Yeah,
every
me too.
single one.
Yep. And it helps the algorithm so much. So if you want to help support your favorite creators, leave a comment and share out the streams to everybody.
Andrew Wordness says, "I heard the quote was added to appease the studio." Yes, I heard about that too.
What
I
quote?
learned that this morning.
Oh, the quote
very
at the end,
quote from
the Hemingway. Yeah.
Hemingway, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I like that quote too.
Yeah, I do too.
Reminds me of
I
Sam
think it's
talks to
perfect.
Frodo.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's also only in the movie where Sam talks to Frodo and says that we're doing something worth fighting for.
Yeah.
And Greek letters Larson says you got to think outside the box.
Yeah.
To realize what's in the box.
Yeah, but unfortunately your brain is in the box, so you can't think outside the box without your brain. So it's like Schrodinger's cat, except it's Schrodinger's head. There is no box. It's like the spoon from the Matrix.
Trishan Mendoza says there is no box.
Yeah.
Just like there's no spoon. That's cute. Franco, there are design improvements to accommodate smaller turbines in tandem. Oh, they're talking about power generation. Franco says in the UK we have wind turbines that can't cope with the high winds. We only have high winds where they are put down. Where they put them. Okay. Wow.
Who knows?
Since
Maybe in
started
the Hollow Earth.
Since Jill started Numbers movies, the next one I bet will be Federico Fellini's 8.5. Only logical. I don't know.
After 7.
What's 8.5?
Well, he's just saying because 7 and then 8.
Yeah,
8
I guess so. No, then I'd do Pi. I want to do Pi eventually.
Oh, that was a good movie. Yeah.
Tons of girlfriends when Young says Tristan, and now it's like the Talking Heads. This ain't no party. This ain't no disco. This ain't no fooling around. This ain't no mud club or CBGBs. Ain't got the time for that now. Oh, okay.
Ain't got time for that.
Okay. Wow. And so we got a lot of interesting conversations going on in the chat, but I think I'll leave that to you guys. It's immortalized in the video because it's in the lower right-hand corner of the page.
Yeah, he's Greek letters. Dionysus is talking about 1984, which we actually watched on Cosmic Data Theater 2117. It's a really good movie.
It is fantastic and great book too.
Yep.
George Orwell's wasn't supposed to be predicting the future. It was supposed to be a warning, but
unfortunately, it was a predictor. It was a
I think we have a combination of 1984 and Brave New World.
Yeah, that's
yes. We did this cat. Jill, we need to talk about programming. I don't want to talk about programming. I'm done with that, basically. Franco
You
Walker
don't.
Scotty. What?
I was just gonna say you don't smoke the booze and drink the weed. Switch it up. You gotta drink
Yeah.
the booze.
I think that was the joke.
Yeah, I know. I'm being the Scotty while Scotty's not here.
Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
don't think anybody can be this guy.
I know nobody can claim that role, and I wouldn't dare try.
Oh, speaking of whom,
I would dare.
There he is. All right, now that you're
Morgan
back,
Freeman.
I will let y'all do your thing, and
okay.
thank you for having me.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute, Theta Sword. Let's make you
Theta of the Grid. Why do you keep you don't respect his pronouns?
What are my pronouns?
Theta of the Grid.
Oh, okay. Oh, did she call me Theta Zord again?
No, I
know,
said Theta.
right?
I
What
just
a
said
rude
Theta.
bitch.
What a rude bitch.
Wait a minute. Okay, I know that's
No,
just
I
everybody's
kid.
actually calling
Come
him.
on.
Yeah.
We've seen a knife dildo, but I say bitch, and everybody goes all crazy.
No, you're cool. What are we plugging something or?
Well, I was gonna put your link in the chat, but my dang Notepad is running slow, but it's probably because I have 700 tabs open in Notepad.
Here, you know what? Here,
I got it. I do have your correct link, even though my bot has not been updated.
Okay. Yeah. Go to Theta of the Grid at Theta of the Grid at YouTube and check out Cosmic Theta Theater 2117. We're going to be having a birthday party celebration for Casey at Casey's Creepy Creations, and we're going to be partying all night. Probably do some karaoke, probably do some games, use your words, quiplash, and stuff like that. So we're just going to have a good time, and we'll watch In the Mouth of Madness by John Carpenter, and probably The Ninth Gate. If not, then we will. What was the other
story?
Yeah, if not, then we'll go to The Never Ending Story. But either way, we're gonna have a good time. And yeah, do y'all want to watch a commercial real quick?
Sure, you can play it or share it, and I'll play it.
Yeah. Okay, let me share it real quick. Screen share.
Iron Sky,
Yeah.
says Tristan Mendoza.
Yeah, we're gonna read that in just a minute. Let's see.
Okay.
Where is it? Oh, it's not shared yet. Okay, I'm so
Yeah, to share audio, share tab or screen instead. Okay, here we go. I will just do it like this.
Do it.
Do it. Just do it. Okay.
That is the gayest Emperor
I know.
scene I have ever.
I was trying to. Okay, let me move this over.
And by gay, I meant happy.
Okay. You got it?
Think so. Is that Stacey Dash?
You have to play it yourself. I
know. I was just making sure it was on. Okay.
In a world overrun by uninspired content, one channel dares to fight back. All the way from the year 2117, Zordon sent the ultimate geeky hero to save us all. Armed with sarcasm, science fiction, and a middle finger to the mundane, Theta has arrived. Films, TV shows, video games, and so much more. We got off-the-wall theories that aren't just pulled out of thin air. They are backed by lore, logic, and the kind of evidence that would make Mulder and Scully go, hey, he's actually got a point. Join the Theta crew every Sunday for Cosmic Theta Theater 2117, the only stream where old sci-fi and horror movies go to die again. Subscribe to Beta of the Grid, where nostalgia kicks ass, sarcasm is a superpower, and the geeks shall inherit the earth. Read in for nerds. In a world overrun by uninspired.
All right. Thank you so much for letting me share that. And hope y'all have a great rest of your day. I will be working on some content. And yeah, I just want to thank you so much for allowing me to come on. And yeah,
Thank you for your contributions today.
Oh yeah, it was a great yeah, I had a great time talking about this movie. It was a great inspiration for a lot of my writing and stuff. So thank you for letting me come on.
Before you go, can you ask what's in the box?
What's in the box? What's in the box? Is that good? All right.
Yeah, that was great, man.
That was awesome.
All right. All right. Y'all have a great rest of your day, and I will see y'all soon. Thank you
happy
again.
Friday.
Yeah, much love. And Friday the 13th. Happy Friday the 13th. Make sure to leave Jason some milk and cookies, and you'll be safe.
Don't die.
Yeah. All right. May the power protect y'all. End of line.
Mm-hmm.
See that, Theta of the Zord knows how to do both Tron and Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. It's great.
Mm-hmm. And so
good man, thank you. Said, and also thanks to Kat. That was great.
Yeah, Kat was great. Theta was great. This was a great stream, Trishan. And thank you to the chat. The chat. I just have a few more here. So this being the first sunny scene, it is like great. It's sunny, but it's an effing apocalypse, Mr.
Yeah.
Was it a helicopter or a crane?
It's like you could interpret it as that was when God was shining down, because it is the only time that it is clear skies. And even then, Mills turns his back.
And Tristan says Iron Sky and the sequel. So apparently that's something that I need to remember. Iron Sky.
I've never seen the second Iron Sky. I saw the first Iron Sky, but I was very inebriated.
Oh, so you might not remember it too well.
Well, it's about a bunch of Nazis on the far side of the moon who come back in a swastika-shaped spaceship and take over the world with dinosaurs. So I think it's a documentary.
That doesn't sound right.
That's right. No. Check out the trailer.
Okay. Anyway, that's our review of 7. We finally reviewed 7. There were several times during this channel we were supposed to review 7. We finally got around to it. I'm very happy that I saw it. It's a very artsy movie, but I like it. And it's fun. And it's terrifying. And I'm gonna have nightmares. And
yeah, but you said something very very revealing, and you were like, it's not as bad as
Event Horizon. Not as bad as Event Horizon. Event Horizon is way scarier in terms of the imagery that pops up. In this movie, I only had to censor 8 slides that I wanted to have.
And one of them was a fat man's dick.
Yes. Indeed. You're not incorrect. Totally right. Thank you. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to the panel.
This is amazing. Yeah, no, this is amazing. I'm glad that we got to do this movie. I'm surprised that I have a weaker stomach towards it than you do. You're like, shut up, pussy. This is fine. And I think it's great. Mm-hmm. I think it's fantastic. It's nice to be able to go on these fortitude journeys. And it's like, oh no, Event Horizon so far. Would you say that so far, even compared, I know you just said it, but like, yeah, Event Horizon is the scariest movie that you
it is scary on this channel. Because even though this guy is scary, he's just a man. They even say it. He's not a god. He's just a man.
True.
He thinks he thinks he's a god, but he's not. And he dies, and the thread is over. In Event Horizon, the thread is not over.
No, hell is still there. Yeah, no.
Hell still, yeah.
Yeah.
You can still get lost in the other dimension. And that's creepy.
Well, yeah, now I'm gonna have nightmares.
So thanks for finally getting me to review this one. I finally found a good day for it. Friday the 13th. I knew I couldn't do anything else. This was my number one hope, and I was glad that Kat could be here for it and she added so much. I was so glad she was able to contribute as much as she did. She was really great, and Theta was a good addition too. So, and thank you to the chat. Also, thank you to Trishan, who says Event Horizon is just silly. Okay, you think blood orgies are silly, then you do you. Franco Walker says hit like, folks.
There you go. There is no such thing as a Friday the 13th where Jill doesn't say blood orgy.
Well, that's a high bar. Like, if I have to say that every Friday the 13th.
Don't worry, I'll set it in my calendar. It's like, make Jill say this word.
I'm going to have to say it like several times next year, because I think next year has more Fridays.
Just twice.
Yeah. And thank you to Franco Walker. Oh, and everybody, don't forget, it's not just Friday that I'm streaming. I'm also streaming tomorrow. I'm going to play some Fallout.
Yes.
I'm
the
gonna.
wastes.
Yeah, I'm in. Right now, I'm in the glowing. What?
The glow. I think it's just called the glow.
Oh yeah, the glow. It's the glow, and I'm trying. I'm trying to impress the Brotherhood so I can get my power armor.
She wanted a hammer first, folks, and now she wants a new suit of iron.
Well, because I'm melee. I'm too squishy. I've got to be able
power armor. Yeah, no, I've been following you. I have been your companion along this journey, and I can't wait to continue doing so. It's going to be a fun time.
Yes. Now I'll be a proper tank. I'll have a nice
say?
armor. It's like a RPG term. A tank is the person who is in the group who takes all the damage.
From a tank.
Yeah. You never heard of this before?
No, I thought you said chink, like a chink in a chain and or other connotations.
Oh no, I meant to say tank.
Tank. I misheard you.
Like the warrior.
Chink in the armor kind of thing.
Gotcha.
Or
so we got a request from Tristan for Iron Sky. We'll see. Let me watch it first and see what I think.
Oh, it's bad. I like it.
It's not good.
It's B
like
movie schlock, but I like it.
Thank you to Greek Letters Larson. I'm not going to read that one. Thank you to Sentai Ranger Donnie. Thanks for being here. But I do appreciate your presence. And Andrew is really cool in the chat. I really liked Andrew today. A lot of wonderful, wonderful chats. Great review, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Like and subscribe. This movie made me a Fincher fan for sure. Not all his films I like, but this one sealed the deal.
Yeah, good choice.
Yeah, definitely.
I still I haven't seen Gone Girl. I still haven't seen Gone Girl. I did see Zodiac. I liked it, but it's exactly what you would expect from Zodiac. Like, as soon as I watched it, I was like, oh no, are they going to find the Zodiac killer? And the answer is no.
Well,
because it's, historical drama.
I thought you were going to say.
That's also the dichotomy between.
If Jack the Ripper is Piglet, can the Zodiac be Winnie the Pooh?
If there are no follow-up questions, I'll say yes.
Yeah. No, it doesn't make any sense. I just was making a Star Trek reference.
Oh, right. Red Jack.
Yeah.
Wolf in the Fold, of course.
Thank you to Brogu for being here.
Hey,
Brogu. Wolf in the Fold. Yeah. I'm just saying random weird stuff that makes no sense until I explain it.
But that's why people tuned in.
Yeah, exactly. I hope you guys have a wonderful Friday. Let's see who else was here. Was that everyone? We had Brogu. We had Penny. Penny was here and then she left and then she was here again. We're living historic moments, ladies and gentlemen. Jill just said the word dildo for the very first time. Yeah, the very first time ever. I never said it before this live stream.
What word? I'm sorry, my internet broke up.
Oh, you heard me.
I did hear you. I apologize. I don't mean to goad.
Kronos is here. Thank you. Kronos is great. Kronos always makes it look like there are 12 extra people in the chat. And that's fun. Anyone else? Anyone else here? Do you remember anybody else that I missed?
Well, shout out to everyone. If you are here on the re-rub, then Eugene Bird supported the channel.
Eugene Bird, that's true. Eugene Bird. And also Orphan Zane. Orphan Zane,
that other guy.
That other guy. I'm sure he'll love being called that other guy.
No, I know it was rude, but I was just trying to remember the people who supported the channel, kept us with the lights going. It's amazing. Thank you so much. And this is...
Well, and then all the people who support us intellectually by sharing their thoughts. UK Danger Man was here for a bit.
Nice.
Hope he's doing all right. And there was Old Man Bird. I should be getting to the top now.
Get on top, Jill.
Oh, Matt G was here, and
of course he was. So was Don Power Danger.
Yeah, Don Ranger Power.
Whatever.
Multi Republic.
I'm doing it.
You're doing it right. And coming up in the rear is Daniel's Hot Topics.
We're not doing phrasing, seriously. Coming up in the rear is Daniel's Hot Topics.
Well, I say that because we're at the end of the stream.
Yes.
And it's time to go. Welcome to the
obviously coming from the front and bringing us a starburst of sky flowers is is Daniel's Power, Daniel's Hot Topics, and Don Power Rangers. You guys can take a bow.
Yeah.
Come on. You didn't want me to get drunk at the beginning of the stream, and now I got drunk at the end.
No, you're okay. You're actually perfect. All we have to do is play the closing videos and we can get out of here.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah,
roll credits.
Have a wonderful. And is Kat doing an unboxing later on the Phantasmagorium?
Yes, she is. Okay. She's going to be doing a much more satisfying and pleasant unboxing over on the Phantasmagorium.
Do you want my clip?
Yes.
What's in the box?
I'll send it to you.
Oh no, I don't know how to work that such. But yeah, that's going to be happening over on the Phantasmagorium, and we're going to be covering a whole bunch of stuff that I know nothing about, which is the Friday the 13th movies. I've only seen like a couple, and we're going to be talking about horror Friday the 13th stuff, and I'm going to be over there after we sort of open the treasure box of whatever Kat has. It involves James Bond. And then we're going to be talking about horror movies, and hopefully we'll get some guests and just talk about the adventure that is Friday the 13th, considering this is the only 13 in 2025.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's great that we're both having Friday the 13th streams. The party continues. It also continues over at Xanadu. Check out Doomcock later. It'll be fun. And
I hear he does good stuff.
He does. Take care, everyone, and much love to you all. Friday the 13th equals I got a mask, my name. Jason, I walk slow. Does that make sense to you, Scotty?
Oh, yeah, totally. That's exactly the description of Jason Voorhees.
Okay.
Friday the 13th equals I gotta, that makes sense. That's actually the instruction manual for Jason Voorhees masks.
Okay. Well, I'll talk to you guys next time. Please enjoy your Friday. I hope it's awesome and you have a fun time. And yeah, I'll talk to you later. I don't know who's streaming right now. Let's see. Is there
Jason Voorhees' mom.
Miss Martin uses it posted a video, but not streaming. Oh, it looks like B-roll might be streaming. No, that's just a video too. No. I guess, but there's lots of people streaming here on Friday.
Yeah, if we're advertising everybody else, don't forget to buy me a She-Hulk.
Yeah, exactly. Bye, Scotty Toys. And
Bye, me.
I'll see you later.
See you, Jill. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Learnable. And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
May we together become greater than the sum of both of us.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on.
Bring.
Emma. Thanks.
Bring me Thanos.